Hello there. Hello, Kathleen. Hi, Jen Grill. How are you? Hold on. Let me go to YouTube so I can see where you guys are. And make sure that you can hear me and make sure that I'm not echoing. I think this is my excellent collection. All right, we'll let everybody get in here. How's everybody doing? So what I think I'm going to do is try to do, since we didn't do that many of the mother's texts yet after the crash. Hi, Amy's Justice League. I want to try to do them in order. So I'm going to start over the mother's text after the crash, because we didn't read that many of them, because I want to see if I can do them in order, because they have them out of order, but I think I can figure out how to get them into order and do it in order. Okay. And can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me make sure that my volume is not turned down again, because I just want to make sure my settings are good. I just muted myself. I know that. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go into my settings. Oh, why is it muting me? Oh, this is the one. Okay, audio settings. Okay, everything's good. Okay. All right, so let me go. That's what I'm going to start with, okay, is Mackenzie Shirilla's text with Christine Russo, Dominic's mother, because I wasn't aware. Some people here last night didn't know when I said Christine that it's Dominic's mother. So Christine Russo is Dominic's mother, and we're going to go to the text messages after the crash. Yeah, after the crash. Oh, and I put up volume 7 of the phone calls. Now those phone calls, once tomorrow, volume 8 will drop tomorrow, and that will be all 96 files that I received through FOIA. Okay, because I FOIA'd the police calls. I like to have my files, and so I use FOIA, and I try to FOIA everything so I can get. And they sent me the calls. The only crap what they sent me, the calls, they were not in any rhyme or reason, and then I didn't know which ones we listened to, which ones we didn't. And that's why I put them in groups of 12 and put them out there. So all the FOIA'd calls are up. 96 files as of tomorrow. The 96 files will be up. So you can be rest assured that every phone call that was released through FOIA is up. Okay, now let me get the texts. And that's going to be in here. Okay, these are the text messages. So let me go, because they don't even have these. They have these numbered when they release them through the FOIA, but they obviously are not in the right one. So the first one is going to be this one. Okay, so this one right here is the only one that's residual. It's from when they had that highway thing. And Kenzie was saying, both of my purses need to be outside within 10 minutes because I'm coming to get them. And this is to Christine Russo. And this is, my dad is coming to get my purses right now. And then this is Christine Russo says, I'm not arguing. Hold on one second. Amy's Justice League, thank you so much for that. Hi, MSL, how are you? Okay, let's go. Thank you, Amy's Justice League, for the super chat. All right, so that's that was before. Now this is also before, and then you see August 4th is going to be after the crash. So Mackenzie says in response to Christine Russo, this was, I think, July 17th of 2022, as long as you're defending his actions, he's never going to learn that this is wrong. Then that was the end of their text communication. And then after the crash on August 4th at 4:08 p.m., Mackenzie texts Christine saying, "Hi, Mama Russo. I'm not expecting any sort of response from you. I just wanted to say I love you guys so much, and I'm so sorry for all of this." And then she says exactly the same thing here again. It's posted. So now let me get to the next one. Okay, so okay, the next one is here. Let me just make this larger so you can read along with this. August 4th, Christine Russo responds, "This is the absolute worst." On August 6th, Kenzie says, "Could you call me, please?" Again, she says, "Could you call me, please?" Christine says, "I tried. Write to voicemail." Kenzie says, August 7th at 8:42 a.m., "Some reason your messages are showing up green on my phone and only coming through on my iPad. When you're up, please, I'll call you. Just text me." And then we'll get to this one about Angelo, which is right here. Okay, make it a little larger. She says, "I tried to ask Angelo, but would you be able to go in Dom's room and go in his bedroom and on his back desk and grab some stuff to put in his coffin? I just want it to be with him." And then she texts Christine a photo of the three of them. Whoopsie. I need to make that bigger. Photo of the three of them. And she starts to text another photo, which is right here. It's the next one. And she says, "I love you so much, Miss Russo." This is Kenzie again. "I'm sorry for being on FaceTime." Now, when she's talking about it, she was on FaceTime during the funeral. "Made you guys upset. I just needed to see if he looked so peaceful. And thank you guys for putting pictures of me. I'm so sorry, you guys. I wish I could be there to hug you. I love you all so much. I'm so sorry." Okay. Now we will go to the next one, which, let me make sure we've got, okay. That. I believe the next one is going to be this one. "I had no idea," Christine said. "This is the worst. No words can say. Are you home?" Kenzie says, "No, I haven't been home. I'm going to be in the hospital for another week or so, probably. I have a third surgery coming up because my neck." August 8th, Kenzie says, "Please text me whenever you get the chance." August 9th, "Thinking about you, please text me." August 9th, "Just let me know if you want me to stop bothering you. I will always be here when you're ready to talk." Okay. I just want to make sure we've got this. Okay, this is the next one. So this is August 9th. Christine Russo texts back, "I am basically on suicide watch. I haven't been speaking with anyone." And Kenzie says, "Oh my, I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you all so much. I'm so sorry that this happened. I miss him so much. I wish I could be there for you guys. I will always be here for you. And when I'm out of the hospital, I can take care of you whenever you need. Then we go to August 13th. Kenzie texts Christine, I just wanted to check in on you, Miss Russo. I'm thinking about you. Christine texts, not doing good. How was your surgery? And Kenzie, let me get this over here. Maybe the next one. She says, it went pretty well, but I'm just in a lot of pain. I got moved to a rehab facility, and I'm just going through it now. It's been really rough. I've been crying all day, every day. We're going to get through this together. Sending love. And then on August 14th, she says, I made you a bracelet, and I just wanted to show you a tattoo some of our friends got for Dom. Okay, so it says Davion, Dominic, and it says run it, yo, till you can't run it no more. Is that correct? Okay. And so she showed her that. That was the end of that text message. Okay. And then this one. So Miss Russo says, who did that? Meaning the tattoo. She says, it was Bubba, my friend Rosie's boyfriend. We were all best friends. And then Kenzie says, thinking of you, how are you doing? Christine says, not good, harder every day. Kenzie goes, I totally get it. I feel the same way now that I don't have any more surgeries. I've just been thinking about him. Wow. She feels the same way as his mother that lost her son, right? Yeah, okay. When I get out of here, I want to give you my bracelet that I made for you. But it's okay if you don't want to see me. I understand. Christine says, why would you say that? Okay, and Kenzie says, I just feel like all you guys hate me. And Miss Russo says, we don't understand. And Kenzie says, that's been the hardest part for me too. None of this feels real. When I get out of here, can I just go to Dom's house? I just want to lay in his bed or on the floor so that I could smell him and maybe take some hoodies home. I also want to see you and give you a hug. I love you guys so much. And then Miss Russo says, when do you think you'll be released? Okay, let me get to this one. Hold on. So I've got to find the one where she says, I'm not completely sure, right? They might have taken that one out because there are some numbers missing. So if I don't see it, I'm going to say that they took that one out. And I'm going to go to this one. Okay, I will let you know when I'm home. Do you have Dom's phone? This is August 18th. And then she texts Christine again. Really want Dom's playlist, and I want to see the pictures he had of us on his phone. Christine says, we will figure it all out when you're out of the hospital. Kenzie says, I would really like to see you and give you a hug and the bracelet. I brought him flowers for his room and at the memorial. If it's too soon, I totally understand. Everybody needs to grieve. I'm at his grave. They let me out of rehab because there's there we are. I'm at his grave. They let me out of rehab because there's nothing they can really do with me until I can walk again. So Ms. Russo says, so glad you're out. Didn't think it would be this soon. I need some time. I'm still having panic attacks and anxiety. Kenzie says, I'll be bedridden for a couple of weeks or maybe longer, so that works with me. I'm just so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you so much. Please just let me know when you're ready, and I'll be ready whenever you are. I miss you guys. And she says, please don't tell people I'm home, though, because there's a couple of people that are threatening to hurt me and saying they have plans for me. And Miss Russo says, that's terrible. I'm not talking to anyone. Who is doing that? Kenzie says, this kid named Tyler Proctor and a few people. I don't even know. They keep messaging me on fake numbers and on Snapchat telling me really effed up stuff. And it's really making this hard for me because I would never do anything to hurt any of them on purpose, especially Dom. Friday, August 19th, Kenzie says, would you be able to send me Blair's number? I want to send him a video of him and Dom. I feel like it will make him happy. I also found a bag of Dom's old clothes from when he was a little bit younger. They all smell like him. And what is that radio station that you guys always used to play? I would be over your house. Okay, and then Miss Russo says, send it to me. I don't have his number, and I haven't been able to go through much because I'm having panic attacks. But I'm sure there's some of your things here. I finished the black and white film, so I have to develop it. I never got my prom pics either. And Kenzie says, I'm also trying to get all the prom pics. I want them all on my phone so I can just look through them because he was so happy that day and he looked so good. I have some videos of me and Dom, too, that are making me feel a little bit better. She sends her some videos there. And then, let's see. Just want to make sure we've got everything over here. Okay, so let's see, it should be here. Yes. Kenzie says, the video of us in the car is for Blair. I feel like he would like that video. And the second one is making me feel a little bit better because he looks so happy. It's just reminding me of him. Yeah, my purse is over there, but I don't even care, to be honest. I just want to go to his house to lay on the floor and take some of his clothes that he loves so I could wear them. And Miss Russo says, what's Dom's passcode? And she gives it to them. And she says, please don't delete anything. This is Kenzie. I just want to see everything too. Whenever you're ready to see me, I just want to go through his phone and see everything that he has of us. Okay, so I make this is the next one. Kenzie says to Ms. Russo, there is this hat that's in your house in Dom's old room that says Little Dom's. Can I please have it? And Ms. Russo says, Chris had my phone. No, I want all pics. Anything he had or you had, it's all I got left. Then she says, okay, is charging. Then Kenzie says, I have a lot of videos. You're going to love them. I miss him so much. Ms. Russo says, you have no idea. Kenzie says, I can't even imagine. This is so effed up. Blair is coming to see me today. When I come see you, I'll show you all the videos and pictures. And then Miss Russo says, I will take whatever you have. And Kenzie says, I made this to put out, she means on his grave, she put out his grave. I also already put one at the memorial. And Miss Russo says, what is it? Hold on, just to make sure that we got all of this so far. Okay, is this the next one? Yes, okay. Then Kenzie says, I'm just going to stick it in the ground so he can have some pictures of us there. I wrote some stuff on the back. I think I'm going to wait to put it there until it's flat because I don't want them to throw it out. I have so many more videos and pictures to throw on my Snapchat, though. He was such a perfect human. And then Miss Russo said, oh, I know, it's so effing hard. Kenzie says, I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I wish I could take away all your pain. I wish this never happened. This is seriously killing me, my poor baby. I never thought this would happen to him. We had our whole life planned out. He was just way too perfect. Is there anything I can do for you? Please, just tell me. And then it's actually Topher says, Kenzie, it's my fault. It's Toph. I'm sorry. And Kenzie says, please just take good care of your mom. I feel so bad for her. This is terrible. He says, yeah, I will. And Kenzie says, also tell her if she finds any pictures of Dom and me on his phone to send them to me because I need them. Hold on a minute, just 1 second, because I don't think... They have the same one in there. That's weird. Okay, I think they... I don't know. This looks like it says... Miss Russo says, it didn't. I'm not having a good day. Sorry. And Kenzie says, I'll try to figure it out. If you hate me, though, I will stop texting you. I just don't want to be bothering you guys. I feel so bad. Miss Russo said, does it seem like you've been bothering me? Kenzie says, yes. I just feel like you hate me. I'm sorry all this happened. I'm going to get a tattoo on my finger for him. Okay. She says, I know I've been asking, but do you think I will be able to come just be at his house for a little bit someday soon? You don't even have to be there or see me because I understand that's hard for you. I just want to be there so bad. I feel like it will help me a little bit and I just want to grab some things and I will ask you if I can take them before I do. Miss Russo says, I don't think you understand how incredibly hard this has been on me. I haven't gone in there except to get clothes to bury him in. And let's see if we can get this whole piece over there. Or do I have to? Yeah. Kenzie says, no, I understand completely. I feel so bad. I wish I could take your pain away. I'm hurting too. He was my soulmate. I was there every day with him. You guys are literally my second family. You don't even need to go inside the house. You can just unlock the door. I just want to smell him so bad and feel his energy. It doesn't have to be today, just soon. I just want life to feel normal again, like he's still here and he's just not home. I also want to bring you flowers and bring you the bracelet. And Miss Russo says, I like to pretend he's just not home too. Kenzie says, I'm just so sorry all this happened. I would sacrifice myself to bring him home. I wish it was me. And Miss Russo says, I wished it was me. Okay. Mackenzie says, if it should have been anyone, it should have been me. He was just so perfect. I just hate this so much. I can't imagine what you're feeling. He loved you so much. Maybe when you're ready to see me, we could go inside Dom's house together, so we don't have to do it alone. Me and Dom love this one restaurant, and I was just going to go alone with a picture of him, but if you wanted to come with me, that would be really nice too. And Miss Russo says, which one? Kenzie says, Luca West. We had reservations to go there for my birthday, but the accident happened before we could go. I wish we just went before so we could go one last time. All the waiters knew who we were. They knew what we would get. Okay, they knew what we would get. We could literally go whenever. I will pay for your meal too. I would rather go with you than go alone, so it feels like he's with me a little bit. Would you want to do that? Then she posts this picture of a rainbow, and there she is with her feet on the dash. And I know that she says the thing about Whole Foods. Wait a minute. Okay, it would be this one. She says, I went to Whole Foods. This is the grocery store me and Dom would go to. And it was really hard for me to be there. But when I left, there was a rainbow. And it was him letting me know he was there. Miss Russo asked Kenzie, how are you getting around? Kenzie says, I'm in a wheelchair. My parents have to pick me up to get me in the car. I can kind of stand up on one of my legs with the other leg is effed. And Miss Russo says, oh, dang, thankfully you're so small. Kenzie says, yeah, it hurts when they pick me up sometimes. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. How are you feeling today? Miss Russo says, you will, you're strong. This has been a bad weekend. Okay, I want to get back to okay, so this is the next one, I believe. Where Kenzie says, my phone is being really weird and not working. I don't know why. I just want to be able to be there for you. I'm so sorry. Maybe we could go to Luca at the end of the week. And Miss Russo says, your mom just texted me, so I think I'm getting your messages. Kenzie says, okay, good. Do you want to go to Luca Friday? It's okay if it's too soon. We can always go next Friday. And Miss Russo says, I really can't drive far yet. I'm having panic attacks. And let me see here. Right, here's the next one. She says, Kenzie now, you don't need to drive. My mom can drive us. I wasn't expecting you to drive. I understand the feeling, but I still understand if you don't want to go. I just wish I could do something for you. Then Kenzie says on August 22nd, it's okay if you don't want to go, but I really just want to see you. You're the closest thing I have to, she puts help, but then she means him. You're the closest thing I have to him. And then still no response from Miss Russo. And she texts her again and says, or maybe one of these nights I can just come hang out with you guys so it feels like life is normal. Okay, anytime I come back from the memorial, so let me get the next one here. These are kind of really messed up, so here we go. Here's the next one. Anytime I come back from the memorial, Kenzie says, I just see all the cars in the driveway and it makes me so sad. I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you guys so much. I hope I'm still family to you. Miss Russo says life will never be normal. I can't believe you can handle going there. Kenzie says, it's not that I can handle it. I just feel his energy. It makes me feel like he's still with me a little bit. Then she says, Dom came to me in my dreams, and you were in it too. And then Miss Russo said, that's what you said. What did he say? And she was saying, oh, we were in a hospital and it was weird. My friend Jada was in the dream too. Hold on a minute. Okay, this is the next one. Oh, we were in a hospital, and it was weird because my friend Jada was in the dream too, and you were in a hospital bed, and we were visiting you, and he told me to be strong and to get through this. I can't really remember what he looked like in my dream, but I feel like he was just an angel. It was so weird, and it made me so happy. It felt like he was with me. I also had another dream where me and Dom were in a jacuzzi with Blair and Mallory, and then Angelo and Dom's dad came in, and Angelo was yelling at me to get the F out of here, and that I'm not wanted here. But Dom said she needs to stay, and I woke up. Miss Russo says, wow, that's rough. And then Kenzie said, yeah, I had a rough night that night. Now I think we go back here, and I think she is... See, this one, I kind of missed this one, so we have to hit this one. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I had some weird dreams. I think Dom visited me. You were also in my dreams. So this came before, so we got one out of order here. Miss Russo says, I hope so. Anything to bring some peace to all this. Kenzie said, he told me to be strong. My brain trying to make sense of all this. Dom always told me he would want me to be happy, even if it wasn't with him. That's impossible because I can't be happy without my soulmate. And then she said, I really want to come see you. I know you're struggling, and I know your baby's gone, and I'm so sorry. I just want to bring you some of his favorite snacks, and I want to be there for you. I'm so sorry. Okay, now let's go back to where we were. Okay, she told her about the dream in the hospital, right? And oh yeah, and then Miss Russo had said, wow, that's rough, right? So this would be the one that was after that. And Miss Russo says, wow, that's rough. And Kenzie says, yeah, I had a rough night that night. Do you think I can come see you soon? Kenzie says, I hope I can, or we can go to Luca. I just want to see you. This hurts. And Miss Russo says, it hurts more than I could ever imagine. And Kenzie says, do you think I will be able to come see you soon, or come hang out with everybody? Or can I go to his house and just be there for a little bit? You don't even have to see me. I'm begging you, Miss Russo. Okay. I'm begging you can even just go unlock the door is what we need, right? Yes, here we go. You can even, Kenzie says, you can even just go unlock the door so you don't have to see me. And Miss Russo says, it's not seeing you. I just can't face the reality of it all. Kenzie says, I love you, Miss Russo. Do you think I will be able to go to his house soon or see you at least? Miss Russo says, of course. Kenzie says, when I come, whenever you let me, I'm going to print out some photos and bring you flowers. And I learned how to cook the pesto that Dom used to cook for me every single night, so I can make it for you one of these nights. I'm bad at cooking, but when I make that, it tastes just like how he used to make it. Okay, and then we will have Miss Russo next, so I think it's this one. And Miss Russo says, nice. Then Miss Russo texts her on the 25th, how are you feeling today? And Kenzie says, still hurting. I miss him. What about you? And Miss Russo says, it's getting harder each day. Mackenzie says, yeah, I get harassed literally every single day. Shite sucks. Is there any way I can get Dom's phone or just go on it or something, because I need to block people because they are commenting effed up stuff on his TikTok? And Miss Russo says, who? What? And Kenzie says, Dom has videos posted on his TikTok. And I commented, I miss you. And people are harassing me on there, specifically this one girl that has been harassing me. Our whole relationship. And I just want to delete her comment and block her. And Miss Russo says, I don't believe we have his phone. The passcode didn't work. Is that the only way to get on? And who is this chick? I'll take care of her myself. Kenzie says her name is Morgan. It's Chris's girlfriend. She keeps posting weird arse shite and saying I killed him and saying I did it on purpose. And it's hurting me, honestly, really bad, because she says she'd rather die than him in a heartbeat. And then Kenzie says, does the police have his phone? Miss Russo said, I don't know. I thought I found it when I asked you. What made you start speeding? Hold on. Is there... Okay, here, this is the next one. What made you start speeding? Kenzie says, I don't remember the accident. All I remember is turning on the street and then my vision fading into black. I wish I could remember. It would make me feel a little bit better. If you end up finding it, can you please let me know? Then on August 20, I think this must be, I thought we were past the 25th, but that look. She says, can I please come to his house soon? On the 29th, Kenzie says, how have you been? And Miss Russo says, OMG, I was going to text you this morning, but didn't want to wake you. I wanted to thank you and your mom for the pictures. I didn't see yours till days later. I've been so out of it. I'm just, hang on. I'm just mad at the world that his took my Don. I miss him so much, and it's getting harder every day. Kenzie says, you can always text me. I don't get much sleep lately, and it's just been getting harder because it's almost been a month. We have so many pictures. I keep finding more and more too. I will show you all of them. That's what Miss Ruzicich kept her on the string with the pictures, right? This feels like it just happened 3 days ago, but it's almost been a whole month, and it's literally insane. Makes me so uncomfortable and sad. And Miss Russo said, it's such a waste. Hopefully you will recover, though. And Kenzie says, I'm not even too worried about my recovery. All I think about is Dom, but thank you for thinking of me. Okay. Miss Russo texts back, Oh, I know how you feel. I really wish she died instead of him every day. I can take the feeling of loss. I am getting anxiety every day. Kenzie says, please don't say that, Miss Russo. If it should have been anyone, it should have been me. It's not fair. I wish I could do something to make you feel better. Eating his favorite snacks and just talking to him and writing to him has been helping me a little bit, and some of his family talking to me also helps. It makes me feel better. Okay, I think she sends the prom pictures and she sends photos here. Let's see here. And looks like there's more photos. I think I see Angelo, that's Christine, Kenzie, Dom. I don't know if that is, but she sends the photos through. Okay. Next, let's see, did we do this one? I just want to make sure we got them all, sorry. I feel like sometimes we... Okay, so that must be... Okay, this one. Okay, and she sent her 10 photos. She sent photos here of them. And then Miss Russo says we look cute. And Kenzie says, I know, right? I'm going to send you Dom's videos when I get them together. August 31st, which will be a month. Okay, babe, next time I'm downtown, I'll develop that prom roll, Miss Russo says. And Kenzie says, I was just about to text you. They're going to plant 2 trees. They're going to plant 2 trees at the memorial. They said I could pick. You should help me pick. Now, who says they should help her? You know, like, shouldn't the family be involved in that? Of course, how do we pick, Miss Russo says. Kenzie says, we just get a text her. My mom has her number, but I don't know any good trees. They're one that bloomed as a cross. Who's doing it? Kim Smith. She was there the morning, she says. Who does she work for, Miss Russo says. That building, I don't know what it's for. I feel so bad. She says, so do I, Miss Russo says. And Kenzie says, I'm going to try to figure out a tree that gives Dom energy. And Miss Russo said, good job, I like that. And then she puts this crepe myrtle. And Miss Russo says, I hung the bracelet on my rearview mirror. Kenzie says, I want to find something with maroon flowers, and I don't do much during the day, so if you ever want another bracelet, I can make you anything. Okay, this is weird. So goes to this, and 2 pics only. Christine says most people have one. Do you have one of Davion's? Kenzie says, yes, that's what everybody has been saying. I love that you did the 2 pictures because you get both of his personalities pretty perfect. I hate how they made Davion's picture so small. I will send you a picture of my setup with all the pictures I have. She sends her that photo. I think that went out of order. I think that was the next one would have been, I like that, but I don't think it makes that much of a difference that we have to redo the whole live. Okay. This is September 1st. And Kenzie says, how are you today? And Miss Russo says, better than yesterday. And then Kenzie sends her 3 years ago today. Which is here. And Miss Russo says, I can't live without him. Kenzie says, I feel the same way. He was just everything. The only thing keeping me going is he would want us to be happy and alive. He always told me that. Then September 3rd, Kenzie says, hey, Miss Russo, if you're ever alone during the day and you just want some company, you can always text me or call me, or I can come over. How are you feeling today? Miss Russo says, up and down. How about you? Are you trying to walk or not yet? Kenzie says, I'm not allowed to put any pressure on my one leg. Apparently, I shattered that bone, so if I put pressure on it, my whole bone will shatter. Okay, let me see here. What's this one? My whole bone will shatter again. My mom just found a ton of pictures. I'm waiting to save them because they have to load, and then I will send them to you. Miss Russo says, okay, let me know what you need from me. And Kenzie says, all I need is I want to come and see you and go to Dom's house, but take your time and let that happen whenever you're ready. Let me know if you need anything from me, because I feel really bad for you, and I'm always here. And Miss Russo says, I feel really bad for all of us. Our lives will never be the same and forever altered. I really don't know if we will ever recover from this. Kenzie says, life is just going to be effed up. He was just someone that did something for all of us. And hang on. And made us all feel special and protected in a special way. He had a really certain soul that was like no other. I've never met anybody that was like him, and he grew so much in our relationship, it just hurts. He was a mama's boy. He would literally be there for you no matter what. Then Mrs. Russo is crying emoji. And Kenzie says, love you, Miss Russo. I'm always here for you. I'll try to do everything he did for you. Miss Russo says, love you too. I'm glad there's videos to hear his voice. I miss him so much. I truly have a broken heart. And Kenzie says, I have a ton of videos with his voice. That's one of the only. Because there was one that we... There was one here. I just want to go back because somehow this one got missed. On September 1st. that I think when she looked at the memorial picture, she said, I have more of the church books too, so you can put one in your book. And Kenzie said, please, I'm going to keep making the book for Dom because I know he would want me to keep doing the scrapbook. I literally have so many pictures of us, I could fill up a ton of those pages. And Miss Russo said, that's awesome and what needs to be done. And then Kenzie had sent her some more pictures. Okay, so let me go here. This would have been the next one of the one we went to. I have a ton of videos with this voice. That's one of the only things that was helping me to being able to hear his laugh and voice. It's just the most effed up thing to ever happen. There's so many other people that deserved it. Should have never been him. Our relationship was getting so real. Like I feel like we were going to get married soon and shite. It's just so effed. And then she has a video here. And Miss Russo said, terrible, but I feel the same way. Why him? And Kenzie says, yeah, he was way too perfect. I could think of a million people it should have been. I don't even care if it's terrible. I would have done anything for him. Okay, let me just make sure we've got... done anything for him. This would be yeah, they skipped one, so they must have skipped one for some reason. I don't know why. Sometimes maybe it was okay, so this would be the next one then that we have. So Kenzie says, that's a question that we will never be able to answer, and that's going to F me up. Why him? Okay, maybe that was the next one. And then there they are. And Miss Russo says, do you want me to print pictures? I've been doing it from the app on my phone, and they're done in an hour. And Kenzie says, the pictures from prom? And Miss Russo says, no, those have to go to the film place. No, any that are on the phone. And Kenzie says, I have a Bluetooth picture printer that prints them right out, but I appreciate it. I should have the ones that my dad took soon from prom. My mom just sent this to me, she says. And Miss Russo says, I remember those outfits. Dom hated them, LOL. And Kenzie says, he picked it out because there was Will Ferrell at it. I don't even know why they chose to put him on it, LMFAO. Kenzie says, on it. I don't know. What is very Christmas about Will Ferrell? She doesn't even know that he's the guy that played it in the movie Elf. Are you kidding me? Miss Russo says, I know. There was one from the year before, too, you guys wore. It's cute. Kenzie says, I think the year before we just wore matching pants. I'll try to find a picture. Holiday's going to be so hard this year. And I know you said you have more of the pictures of home from the funeral. Can I have like extras of every single picture or prayer card? Or I just need extras because I bring this one with me everywhere. And Miss Russo says, what? The ones on the boards? And Kenzie says, no, the prayer cards. And then she says, this one, it's like a pamphlet. And Miss Russo says, I'll have to ask the girl that did that for it. I'll do it now. I have more pamphlets. Then Kenzie says, OMG, good. I just want doubles of everything so I can put some in my scrapbook. Thank you. Okay. And then Miss Russo says, okay, there's just 2 pics on the prayer cards. You want hard photos of those? And what else? Or just more prayer cards? Kenzie says, yes. And do you have the big one too? What big one? Miss Russo asks. Kenzie says, I think it's the one from his wake, maybe. Are 2 small ones and then a big one. The big one is the picture from homecoming of him. Was it in a frame, Miss Russo asks? And then she puts that there. Okay, I'm trying to see. Kenzie says, I love you, Miss Russo. I'm always here for you. Do you know how dumb is, I think she means dumb is, he would want you to be happy. And she put dumb. He would want you to be happy. I know it's hard, but that's the only thing that helps me because I know he would want us happy. So Miss Russo says, so I don't know how I got the picture. Glad we have it. Kenzie said, I'm going to send you some more pictures. Just trying to see the pictures back here, if that was. Okay, and then Kenzie puts a face here, sends some more pictures. She says that's from the this picture. Oh, okay, that's right. This one. Okay, we made 2 mistakes at least. That's from this picture. I miss him. Me too, says Christine. So much. It just gets harder every day. Okay, and then the lady that once said if I made a mistake during a live stream, I have to start it all over. Then that one would have come there, and then this one would have come next. I love you, Miss Russo. I'm always here for you. Do you know how dumb is? He would want you to be happy. I know it's hard, but that's the only thing that helps me because I know he would want us happy. So I don't know how I got that picture. Glad we have it. I'm going to send you some more pictures. Now we're back on track. And let's see, then was it this way? Let's see. Miss Russo says, I love him so much. Kenzie says, you guys made a perfect baby. He truly was so perfect. Then Kenzie says, how did you sleep? This is September 4th. Miss Russo said, I really didn't sleep. I'm up and down all night. How about you? And then Miss Russo says, look at how my photos came. And then Kenzie makes faces, says, I love those pictures of him, LOL. I got no sleep. I slept for like an hour, and then I kept having weird dreams. I don't know. I hate it. Miss Russo said, morning and bedtimes are the worst for me, as well as driving. Kenzie said, it's just random times for me. I can't imagine driving when I'm in the passenger seat. I get so scared. Then Kenzie says, when's your birthday again? And Miss Russo says, November 4th. Is that the day she was arrested? I don't know. Kenzie says, I'm going to get you what Dom used to get you. She's got pictures there, so... Going to get you what Dom used to get you. And then she posts a picture of them cooking in the kitchen. Okay, me and Dom making pasta. We made homemade pasta from... Oh, what do you mean? Miss Russo asks, and she says, we made homemade pasta from scratch. But she means, what do you mean? What do you... About the birthday present. Okay, so that doesn't make too much sense, Kenzie. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Then Kenzie says on September 5th, do you want me to bring you back food when I go to me and Dom's favorite restaurant today? I can just leave it at the front door so you don't have to see me. And Miss Russo says, I don't feel that way. I'm really sick today, though. I don't know what's wrong. Kenzie says, what are your symptoms? I can get you some tea. Ginger tea helps. And then Topher gets the phone and says, hey, Kenzie, it's Chris. My phone is lost. It has been for a while if you text me. Kenzie says, yeah, your dad told me, LOL. He says, okay, cool. Let's play a prank on someone. Kenzie says, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea right now. Everybody's hurting. Okay, Topher says. Then she puts that's just like, I'm going to get this as a tattoo cover-up. Because remember, she got that tattoo on her finger. Remember that whole debacle? Okay. It's still Topher. That's cool. And Kenzie says, Dom hated tattoos, LOL, but I want something for him. Topher says, yeah, it's still Toph, by the way. And Kenzie says, tell your mom I texted her when she got her phone. Please take care of her. He said, I will, Kenzie. We need to build an ark. Kenzie says, what's that? Topher says, it's going to flood. Kenzie says, Ohio? Topher says, the whole world. Ark is code. So is flood. Kenzie says, when is this going to happen? Topher says, within the next 5 years. Kenzie says, okay, we need to build like a boat. Is that what you're saying? And Topher says, the Bavarian Illuminati will make their move. No, Ark is code. So is flood. Then Kenzie says, is this about like Antarctica? The reptile people? Nope, Topher says. Kenzie says, how do you know this? And Topher says, it's about them releasing a super virus to destroy 98% of the population. I'm in the Illuminati. How? Kenzie says. And then HK LOL. And then he says, hi, woos, joking, seriously, though everyone knows. Kenzie says, well, I never got COVID. Me and Dom didn't know. Is that why they keep releasing viruses? He says, yeah, and yeah, I don't know if we knew back when Dom was alive. He got off easy. We're going to have to fight for the rights of our species. Kenzie says, this is effed. Hold on a sec. Topher says, we should probably talk to your family about it and get ready for some civil disobedience the next lockdown. Like what, Kenzie says? Like refusing to go inside. They will send in the UN. UN, it's really sad. Makes me want to cry, for real. Kenzie says, oh, hell no. I hate the world. What's UN again? Oh my gosh. He says, the United Nations. Then they will start relocating us to FEMA camps where we will die in gas chambers. Oh boy. Then he says, watch that show. She says, I'll watch it. Then she puts her site. He says, hey, that's cool. She says, my dad is going to put in all the pictures. Okay, hold on a minute. We just made a mistake. Okay, this one goes before that. WTF. Hell no. Like the Holocaust? Yeah, something even worse. It's all on InfoWars. Well, we could do... Well, what do we do? He says we need to get ready for the Civil War and the economy collapsing. And then Kenzie says, I'm ready for anything now that I have to think about Dom being gone. He gives me the strength. He's watching over all of us. Do we need an army or something? And he says, we have a gang or two, but we need something, yeah. Okay, and then she said the thing about her dad putting the prom pictures up, right? So... it's crazy. I think this is a little nutty, but I guess. Topher says, she says, WTF, this has nothing to do with the crash. How can I have mine, but they have his? No, that cannot be. Where did they talk about that? Something's whacked over here, okay. But we need, so her last thing was, my dad's going to put all the pictures. Right? And what does Topher say down there? It's a small bubble. They have this all messed up. Can't be that. Oh, it's got to be this one. Sorry about that. Okay, awesome. And then Kenzie says, him squinting his eyes because he couldn't see. The sun was so bright. LOL, Toph says. Is Miss Russo back? Kenzie says. Did you ever find his phone? And Topher says, what did you guys take when you left? Kenzie says, I don't know what he all took. And Topher says, I got nothing. And Kenzie said, so the cops have his phone? And here we go. And Topher says, I guess, WTF, that has nothing to do with the crash. How can I have mine, but they have his? Do you know when you would get it back? Now, see, I don't know. No, it's still Topher. I'll call and find out. She says, yeah, that's effed up. What are they doing? I hate the police. Do you think I'll be able to come to Dom's house anytime soon? Also, I'm sorry if that's annoying. Hey, Kenzie, it's Toph again. She says, can you please ask if I can go to Dom's, please? And he says, yeah, I'll ask. She says, thank you. And then September 6th, can I at least know why I can't come in his house, please? We haven't let no one in there. Kenzie says, I understand that, but I have things in there, and I just want to sit on the couch or his bed. I won't mess anything up. I was there every day. I slept there. I just need to go in. It's driving me crazy. And I'm sorry if this is hard or annoying, but it's hard for me to not be able to go to a place I stayed at for months. Even Frank can watch me while I'm there. Just make sure we've got... Kenzie says, it doesn't have to be today, but can it please be soon? Did you pick a tree yet? This must be Miss Russo. No, I don't know if I want a weeping willow or a tree that turns red in the fall, so it's red for his birthday. Do you have something in mind? I don't know what the hell she's involved in the memorial for. Without the mother. That's ridiculous. What tree turns red in the fall? I'm not sure yet. I'm still looking. Then she says, F, I'm sorry I missed your call. I had a headache. Are you okay? Miss Russo says, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. And Kenzie says, September 9th, do you need anything? I wish I answered. I'm sorry. She says, it's okay. Just wanted to cry with someone. Kenzie said, I will leave my ringer on at night from now on. And if you ever need somebody, I'm always here. I'm sorry I couldn't answer last night. I get sick at night. Do you think you guys are ever going to let me be part of the family again? It hurts seeing all you guys get to be together, and I just have to be here alone. I wish I could grieve with you guys. Hold on, let me find. They have everything so messed up. Okay, so she says it's not like that. This is Mrs. Russo. It's not like that. It is not you. This has been nothing but heartbreaking. So odd. I think they... I think maybe here, let's see. This is, there skipped one. I was explaining to you why it's difficult for things to try to be normal, as they never will be. It still never answers what happened that night. Kenzie says, I wish I could remember just as much as you want to know why. It kills me not being able to remember, because if I could help, I would. I wasn't asking for life to be normal. It's never going to be the same for me either. I just want to be able to grieve with everybody and be with everybody. It would make this a lot easier. It really does hurt me seeing everybody go to dinner and go to the grave, and I get to see because of a picture on Instagram. I know you guys are hurting, but I'm hurting just as bad. And it hurts even more going through this alone. He was my other half, and when he died, he took half of my soul. I just wish everybody didn't blame me. Nobody understands that if I knew any of this was happening, I would have sacrificed, hold on a second. I would have sacrificed myself. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking for family. Miss Russo says, believe me, it doesn't make any of this easier. I wish none of these circumstances existed. I hate that things are this way. I don't want you hurting anymore. And you have all your injuries too to deal with. And here we have Mackenzie says, I don't care about any of my injuries. I only care about Dom and the family. The feeling of you guys hating me and not being able to grieve with you and just not having Dom with me is worse than all of my injuries combined. I literally have a black hole in my soul. I hope you guys can let me come just be a part of the family again soon. I was just thinking about his birthday, and you guys are probably going to all do something together, and then I'm just going to have to watch from social media, and I just want to be a part of it for him because he would want all of us together. I'm sorry if this is hurting you or annoying you, but it's hurting me too. I'm sorry. And I remember when we read through these the first time, when we first started to do the deep dive, before we read Mackenzie's and Dom's texts out of the discovery that I got, all the files. I was amazed at how many times oh, am I bothering you? I'm bothering you. But then since reading Dom's, it doesn't even seem like it's excessive now, the way she hammered him, right? Okay. Miss Russo says, I'm so sorry. Also, I don't like the way things are either. It hurts me to see you so sad. Also, we all had so much fun together. I don't want you to be alone either. It's so horrible. And Kenzie says, I'm going to be there for you as much as you want me to be. I don't know if you're ready yet, but I'm going to go to the zoo tomorrow. You're welcome to come. That was the last place I went with him, and I was supposed to go on the 31st, but it was raining. Yeah, I thought they said they did, though. We read somewhere recently that they said they did. Remember that? It's going to be so sad, but I would love for you to come. And then Ms. Russo says, you mean when you went to the zoo on Mother's Day? Hang on. And Kenzie says, no, the 30th. We went to the zoo on Mother's Day, but then we also went to the zoo on the 30th. Oh, they went to the 30th. They were going to go again on the 31st. We went and fed the birds. I have a video, and it's the last video I have of Davion and Dom. And Miss Russo said, OMG, I need to see that. Yes, that is too sad. And then Kenzie said, I will send it to you. The birds land on you. Some reason that day the birds were all over them and not on me. Okay. Miss Russo says, is that the only one? I can't barely see them. I can see the birds, though. Very cool. My friend's son is getting married at the zoo in October. Kenzie says, yep, it's the only one. I wish I took more. If I should have. Me and Dom love the zoo. And then Miss Russo says, me too, love the zoo. Chris need any phone for Wi-Fi. Chris need... I guess she means my phone for what? Text you later. Kenzie says, just let me know if you want to come tomorrow. We can get you. Or if you literally need anything, just text me. I'm always in bed. You and me both, said Miss Russo. Then she said, how was the zoo? I ordered stones for Jim and the wiener dog. Still have to do Nico's. You'll like them. So, wait, Nico and a wiener dog and the cat all died? I didn't even know they had a wiener dog. Why does she call him the wiener dog? I don't know. Three of them with everything else, huh? Okay, let's see now. Okay, I just want to make sure we read that. Yes. Okay. So this one is here. Okay. Kenzie says, I didn't end up going. I didn't want to go with just my mom. Aw, I can't wait to see them. I keep seeing old videos and pics of them, and I miss them so much. And Miss Russo said, yeah, I hear ya. I can't do anything that Dom loved. I feel too guilty. I can't pull up the previews. I'll have to show you when they come in. Kenzie said, doing the things we did together makes me feel somewhat better. I usually can tell he's with me, like, feel him. I don't know. I always bring a picture of us, too. Miss Russo said, I have a laminator. That, too, never used. I'll forgive it out, and I can do that with the picture. Whatever you want. So it doesn't... Hang on a moment. The laminator so it doesn't get ruined. Kenzie says, I want to bring the pictures from his funeral, but I get scared. So if you want, you can laminate that. I would love that. Miss Russo says, which ones? Kenzie says, the one of him smiling. And then this is September 11th. How are you? Some reason I'm having a hard day. Some reason. Me too. Miss Russo says, prayer card. Kenzie says, yes, please. Then Kenzie says, did you ever get his phone from the police? Hang on. This is weird. Okay. Did you ever get his phone? Did you ever get his phone from the police? Why don't we have that answer? That was the 11th, September 11th, right? This is September 13th. What is this? That's weird because I don't see an answer to that. But I see Kenzie posted this one, says his first pedicure was 1 year ago today. And Miss Russo said, wow, F the teacher at Polaris. Kenzie says, yeah, I hate her. She killed my dreams. Then she said, what are you doing for Dom's birthday? It's in 12 days. Like she has to remind his mother, right? Sorry I didn't get text sooner. Didn't you have a great day yesterday? I really don't want to think about it. It's too hard. She says, this is so sad. You don't have to think about it if you don't want to. No, but you just got to keep reminding her, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. I think that was probably, no, it wasn't. I don't know what that was. Didn't you have a good day? I feel like these are all jumbled now at this point. Let's see. We got the laminator. All right, I'm just gonna go to this one. I'm going to keep bugging my dad to put those on because I need them and I know you need them too. Mr. Russo says, I'll have to see if what you sent me works. It says the photographer is Kim, but there's photos that come up. She says, I know, my dad just didn't enter the text yet on the website pics. Is that why it says Kim, LOL? Kenzie says, yeah, I was annoying him about it, so he just put the pictures in and didn't do anything to the website, so the text is just random shite. Too funny, love it. Okay, and okay, why isn't that going over there? There we are. Okay, so Miss Russo says, I know I'm miserable. I can't imagine what you're feeling like, especially because your whole world has been ripped apart. How's your leg doing? Yeah, he's just the last person this should have happened to, and the only person I needed with me, says Kenzie. My leg I broke hurts, and it has really been bothering me, and the other leg I can stand up on now, so I can start physical therapy. How is Tom and Smokey? I miss them. They miss you too. Your job was the treats. Glad you're starting therapy. Kenzie says, if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. Thank you for caring about me. It really means a lot. Speaking of therapy, are you going to any sort of therapy? Because I have to do actual therapy now, and maybe that could help you too. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm going to, I think I have a photo overload, so let me close the ones that I have open, and then I'm going to, there we go, start where we are, okay? Before I do that, let me make sure you guys are like all here, because, hey there everybody. Let me say hi to you guys. Hi, Darla. Hi, 61. Hi, Just Pepper. Hi, Lex Luthor. Hi, Valerie Ventura. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Mike C. How are you? Sorry if I miss anybody. I'm sorry. Twisted Stitches, good to see you. Hi, God. How are you? Scooter gets a kick when I say that. Kathleen. I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Petunia, I see you. Hi, Petunia. Hi, Debbie2 Scooter. Hi, A Heart Made Wise. Sorry, I'm just going up in the chat, and I know I'm missing people, so I'm sorry for anybody I'm missing. It's not intentional. Alicia. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the text. Hey, Couldn't. How are you? Couldn't Karen less. That's a cute name. I don't think I've ever seen you here. Look at her name. Couldn't Karen less. Thank you for doing this. You're very welcome. Okay. Oh, and Missy Munster, I see you. Now I see you. You're a new name. I have not seen you here. Well, thank you for coming and watching with us. Appreciate it. Okay, let me go back to the text. I think we're on this one. Okay. All right, let me go back. Okay, this is the therapy, sort of therapy. I think it could help you. Miss Russo says, you're doing physical therapy right now, and I forgot that dang prom film. Kenzie says, both now, physical, and I started about actual therapy too. It's okay. You have a lot on your mind. Did you ever look at that website for the ones my dad took? Oh, Miss Russo said, I didn't know. I'll check. What about your uncle's pics? Kenzie says, do you need me to send it again? And let me ask my mom because I need those. And then Kenzie says, so my dad has them. He just needs to download them and put them on the website. And Miss Russo says, I seen the one. I'll have to go to it again. Uh-oh, we made another mistake because then the next one there should be, I'm going to keep bugging my dad to put those on because I need them and I know you need them too. And then Miss Russo says, I'll have to see it. What you send me works. It says the photographer is Kim, but there is photos that come up. Kenzie says, I know my dad just didn't edit the text yet on the website. It's his pics. And then Miss Russo said, is that why it says Kim, LOL? Kenzie says, yeah, I was ignoring him about it, so he just put the pictures in and didn't do anything to the website, so the text is just random shite. Too funny, I love it. Too funny, love it, says Miss Russo. And then the next text would have a photo there, right? And yet, well, maybe it's this one. It doesn't look like it because yeah, I don't know where that, let me see. She's got that picture that's like askew and they don't have one that matches that, so I'm going to say that I'm just going to have to go here. And she sends something, and then Miss Russo says, hey, try to find the bees video. Kenzie says, I will when I wake up a little more. Don't worry, and I will take a tree. Miss Russo says, what do you mean? And all the people I met at the cemetery praying for you too. Found it, and I will take one of the baby pine trees from Dom's. Oh, that's so sad, she says. Oh, she'll take one of the baby pine trees. Okay. Miss Russo says, okay, got you. Okay, cool. I love them. I'll get Hench to dig one out and I'll bring it over. I can teach your mom to make the cream chicken too if you want. Kenzie says, I would love for you to teach her. Will the tree survive the winter? Thank you. Miss Russo says, let me check with Hench, and then sends a picture of a butterfly. And Kenzie says, OMG, is that just at the house? And Miss Russo said, yep. I said, hi, Dom. And he hung around. Beautiful butterfly, Kenzie says. I feel like he would pick those colors too. And then Kenzie says, just seen you pull in. How are you today? And Miss Russo says, where? Home? It's like she's a stalker, right? She says, yes, I was on the way home from a doctor's appointment. This is September 14th. Miss Russo says, how did it go? She says, it went well. Same shite as usual. Then she says, I got a pack of wife beaters so I can wear outfits Dom did. Cute, says Miss Russo. Kenzie says, are you doing good today? And then the answer is, hey, Kenzie, it's Toph. My phone is lost. Kenzie says, I know. I can't believe you lost it in the water. Are you going to get a new one? He says, I just found it. No, I got a new one. How did you find it? She says. And then September 18th, I guess this is Miss Russo, says, that picture is gone. You up? Let me see where this is now. Kenzie says, I just woke up. How are you? What picture is gone? Homecoming, Miss Russo says. Kenzie says, the one from the grave? Is the one of him and Abby still there? Miss Russo says, yeah, but it's not in good shape. Kenzie puts a sad face. And then Kenzie says, it has to be someone that knows Abby then, because why would they leave hers and take mine? I wish people would tell people to start effing with stuff I leave at the grave, because this shite breaks my heart. Miss Russo says it's very weird in 2 days that it happened. It could have blew away. Hers was on the ground. Okay, let me see where we are. Trying to see which one is first. Okay, must be this one. I'll just try to think that it blew away so I don't cry, I guess, Kenzie says. And then Miss Russo says, her stick broke and I tried to put it back in too, so probably... Kenzie says, I don't get why people don't understand that me and Dom were in love, and she wouldn't want people to be doing this to me. She means he. Wouldn't want people to be doing this to me. Thanks for letting me know, though. I guess I'll make another one and put it there, since people want to be effing D's. I'm going to put the big one there. It's 4 pics, and there's one of me, you, and Dom on it. And then she says, if you didn't already go to the grave, let me know when you go if you want company there. Miss Russo said, I went this morning. That's when I told you. Oh, okay, Kenzie says. Let's see here. Okay, it's got to be this one next. Now remember, she doesn't want to think about Dom's birthday, but Kenzie asks her again, what are you guys doing for his birthday? I don't know, Miss Russo says. Would you want to do a birthday dinner lunch with the Russos, or are you guys doing your own thing? What do you mean? Christine asks. Like with Frank and all them. Or are you guys going to do something just you and his friends? And then she posts a picture there and says, just found this picture. And Miss Russo says, so cute. I really appreciate what you send me. Again, let me know what I can do besides the laminated prayer card. I'm getting on it. Kenzie says, take your time. You have a lot going on. Just let me know if you're doing anything for dinner because I want to do something with you for his birthday too. Morning, September 20th, says Miss Russo. Hey, Miss Russo, how are you? Same as usual. Same here. Is there anything I can do for you? Miss Russo says there's nothing any of us can do. Kenzie says, have you been to the grave yet today? Miss Russo says, yes, twice. Why? Kenzie said, I was going to ask if you wanted to go there with me. And Miss Russo says, sorry, I was sleeping. And then Miss Russo says, what was the next day? I'm going to go on my way home today. I can let you know. I don't know what we're going to do when it gets cold. I was freezing yesterday. I remember reading this. It was back in the summer or something. I was thinking like, oh my gosh, it's going to be cold. Now here we are past that and it is cold right here, like horrible cold. Okay. Kenzie says, I would love to meet you there today. I'm just going to start bringing a blanket. I can bring one for you if you want. So weird because, okay. Bring one for you if you want. But then where's this one from? Hold on a minute, I'm trying to get this so that this doesn't make sense. Where does this one go to? Okay, because there's one here that doesn't make sense. What is that? Let me see what this says. September. That's in the morning. Okay, this one, let's see what this is. Bring one for you if you want. Okay, it's going to have to be this one. So Miss Russo says, okay, I'll give you a heads up an hour ahead of time on what I'm going to make it. Okay, thank you. Heading to the office, then should be out of there by 5. Does that work? Kenzie says, yep, I'm free whenever. I don't do anything all day, so should I be there at 5? Miss Russo says, yeah, I'm really going to try to hustle because I'm afraid it's going to rain. Okay, perfect. I hope it doesn't rain. And then she says, Kenzie says, I'm going to head there now, but you don't need to rush. Okay. Okay, so then the next one is this. Bun Bun. Hopping in heaven. This came today. Oh, that's so cute. I love it. It is, isn't it? I am surprised it's so nice. I love the little heart with the halo. It's perfect. I didn't even realize that was a heart with a halo. I thought that was a little charm or something. And then Miss Russo says, I'm hoping the other ones come soon. And Kenzie said, I thought you only got them for Nico and Jim. How many more did you get? Miss Russo said, the wiener dog and the rabbit, they were all in a line. I have to do Nico's ASAP. I can't wait to see them, Kenzie says. Then Friday, September 23rd. I don't want to bother you guys. I don't want to bother you, and I feel bad for asking. If you guys are doing something for Dom's birthday and you don't want me to come and you're going to go to the grave and maybe we can meet there or something, I'm sorry. Then she says, I'm going to make some shirts for Dom's birthday. Do you know what size wife beater you are? Oh my gosh. Let me see here. Miss Russo says small. Okay, perfect. Then she says, Kenzie says, have you been to the grave yet? I'm here right now. I will stay here and wait, but if not, I'll probably head out soon. Miss Russo says, sorry, I just got your text. I went early because it's so cold. Sorry I missed you. How early do you get up? Kenzie said, I wake up like 7 a.m. I don't really sleep anymore. Okay. Let's see. Don't really sleep anymore. Hold on, I don't think that, wait a minute. Something's wrong. She said something like, I'm leaving by 9, right? Wait a sec. Where's the one we just had? Okay, you want to go by 9. You want to go by 9. I don't see that on. Hang on, I want to get this right here. I think I'm on the wrong row or something. Okay, never mind. I'll give you a heads up. Sorry, guys. Here's what she says. I'm leaving by 9. Okay, you want to go by 9. That's weird because I don't see it now. That was September 23rd, so September 23rd. All right, I guess we just, it's either not here. This is, let's go here. I'm awake. Kenzie says, just let me know whenever you want to go. And Miss Russo says, I'm leaving by 9, didn't sleep, so laying down for half an hour. Kenzie says, feel the same way. I was up all night. Just let me know when you leave. I will meet you there. Miss Russo says, I thought I was picking you up. We have to go to the store. Kenzie says, oh yeah, you can pick me up. I will be ready. Sorry, I forgot. I'm getting ready now. And then Miss Russo said, dropping off sauce on Pinewood and be over, leaving now. Yeah, sorry, we made a mistake. So this one went before the last one because this is so I'm awake. Just let me know. She said, I've been waiting to see it at night, meeting the grave. This is Kenzie. So I think I'm going to wait for it to get dark. Maybe I'm there. Maybe I'm there still. It's literally freezing right now, though. And Christine says, the stuff should already be starting to light. Kenzie says, yeah, I can do that. Did you want to go to breakfast or could we go to the place me and Dom always went? But it opens at 5 and I don't know if you're going to be busy by then, but I'm down to do whatever you want tomorrow. I just want to be with the family. Then she says, it's starting to light up now. And Miss Russo says, nice, but I can't do 5. Only the morning. And Kenzie says, okay, cool. I made you a shirt. You're going to love it. And then this is when she said, I'm awake. Let me know. Hold on. What the freak? I'm confused now. Hold on a second. Now I feel like I've messed everything up. Oh, this is the one that comes after that. I'm awake. Just let me know whenever you want to go. Miss Russo says, I'm leaving by 9. Didn't sleep, so laying down. Kenzie says she feels the same. She'll meet her there. I thought I was picking up. We have to go to the store, Miss Russo says. And then Kenzie says, oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm getting ready now. And Miss Russo's going to drop off drop, yeah, Mr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss, that is to you. She's dropping. No, she's dropping off sauce on Pinewood and be over, leaving now. Okay. Okay, now it looks like they're going to skip to some pictures. Not really sure, but she's sending some pictures. And I know we were talking earlier about going to his house on our anniversary, but is there any way we could sneak myself in there so Angelo doesn't know I'm there? And I went to a medium. This guy is good. I can tell you next time I see you, and you can call me whenever. That was the 25th, though. We might be... Okay, hold on. Sorry. I think... $341. Okay, so apparently there was a picture. I don't think they put it in here. Ms. Russo said that's a good one because this is the 24th still. There's a lot of people at the grave. Are you there? Kenzie says. Miss Russo says, no, I am not. How do you know? I drove past, Kenzie says. Then it's the 25th. Hope you had a better day, Kenzie says. Miss Russo says, days suck, but I had a great morning with you. That angel didn't light like I told Frank, so I gotta move it. Kenzie says, I feel like Dom loved what we did for him, and I had a great time with you too. That's effed up that it didn't light up. For sure, I for sure thought it was going to. Let's see. And Miss Russo says, I knew it because the sun wasn't hitting it. And Kenzie said, did you move it yet? Me and Dom's 4-year anniversary is coming up next month. Miss Russo said, no, it was too dark last night. Kenzie says, I need to go see what it looks like really dark. It's probably beautiful. Do you think on November 14th, I could go in Dom's house and just spend the day in there? When did she get arrested? It was in November, right? Early November. So, and just spend the day in there. That's her anniversary. It would really just mean the world to me. I'm trying to give you time, but it would really help me get through the day. Now, Miss Russo said the kids will never allow it. And Kenzie says, what kids? Are you talking about his friends? Aren't going to allow me to go into his house? And Miss Russo says, Angelo would not. And this is when she sent the picture with Angelo, I guess, and said, and I know we were talking earlier about going to his house, this is Kenzie, on our anniversary, but is there any way we could sneak myself in there so Angelo doesn't know I'm there? And I went to this medium. This guy is good. I can tell you next time I see you, or you can call me whenever. Okay, and then we talked about the angel not lighting, right? Angelo would not. Then she sent some pictures, videos. He looked so cute. I missed Jim. He was the best. Okay, let me see what this is. Okay, I'm getting confused because this seems to be going after she told her about the medium. Because Miss Russo said, I was going to text and ask how it went. Kenzie says it was crazy. Miss Russo said, what did he say? Kenzie said, it's easier to call you about it or tell you in person because it's a lot. It was only 15 minutes and he told me so much. I was driving and I saw there's stuff going on at Dom's house with a tent. I'm not sure if anyone is moving anything out or what's going on. I'm worried people are going to move things around or take my stuff out of the house. Trying to figure out. I don't see where she, where Christine responded to that. So I think then she just started to bombard her, maybe with pictures. Maybe that's when she was putting the pictures in to get her to respond, maybe. And then she said, just found this too. I wish he talked. She said, I have this one, but it's not that long. He's talking about speaking Italian. Okay, and then here we go with Kenzie says, have you been to the grave yet? Today I might go in a second. Miss Russo says, not yet. I was too cold this a.m. Kenzie says, my friend is coming to get me to take me now, but I think it's raining right now. This sucks. Miss Russo says, yeah, I hate the rain. Kenzie says, I only hate it because I can't go to his grave if it's raining. Miss Russo said, yeah, I know. I really don't hate it generally unless it's going to wreck my hair. LOL. Kenzie says, felt that I'm at the grave and the birthday balloons deflated except the basketball. Miss Russo said, I thought they might. Kenzie said, I just left them because I didn't know if I should take them or not, but the grave looks okay to me. There's a lot of goose shite now. I'll check it out, Miss Russo says. Then Kenzie says, I seen you put the lights there. I'm going to have to go look at night and see how it looks. Miss Russo says, I have no idea. I didn't put them all in. And Kenzie says, oh, it looks nice. And then she says, crazy how different Dom's house looks without the siding. And Miss Russo said, I know, I feel bad. I wish I had it started sooner. Kenzie says, he gets it. Don't feel bad. Then Miss Russo said, I didn't take the balloons. They're almost all done. Oh no, do you have the purple one? Kenzie says, I don't. Did someone take it? And then Kenzie said, what siding are you guys going to put on? Miss Russo said, I don't remember. If we can check today. The white flower light was knocked over. And Kenzie says, maybe it was the wind. I hope it was just the wind. And she sends her a video of some kind. Kenzie says, I found this video too. I literally cannot with this video, crying. It's a year ago today. And Miss Russo says, oh shit, I can't look at it yet. Kenzie says, it's his voice. I didn't know I had it. It's really sad, but it's also is kind of happy. I don't know. Miss Russo says, try to find more. That was so short. Kenzie says, I'm trying. I'm just glad I have some videos of his voice, even if it's small. Kenzie says, how are you, Mrs. Russo? I'm having a really bad night. Miss Russo says, me too. Bad day. It's September 30th. Then she sends this, a year ago today. I'd rather be shot with a pistol if you didn't take this crystal and go to the homecoming with me. Please. Something for this. Yes or no? I don't know. Miss Russo says, he's so beautiful. Kenzie says, I miss him. Miss Russo says, me too so much. Kenzie says, how are you today? Sick, Miss Russo says. Kenzie says, maybe one of these days when you're up for it, I could take you to the restaurant that me and Dom would go eat at sometimes. That would be tough, Miss Russo says. Okay, that's fine. Then we don't need to. And Miss Russo said, let's wait. It's real soon right now. You know what's so funny? I wonder when she found those recordings on that phone. Remember that was on another phone? I wonder when she found those. Okay. Kenzie says, do all of Dom's friends hate me now, like Blair? Miss Russo says, you're going to have to ask them. Kenzie says, I don't have anyone's phone number. I also don't want to bug them if they hate me. But remember, Blair went to see her? But none of them said anything to me, so I think they do. That's why I was asking you, so you could tell me. And sorry if I'm bugging you. I'm overthinking because I just seen a birthday post of all you guys at Dom's dinner. And it just made me sad because you all look so happy. I wish everyone didn't hate me. I don't know. No one says anything. You were at the party, though. Kenzie says, I'm talking about the friend dinner. Same night, Miss Russo says, and then she sends another video. And then there's the basketball. That is so rude, she says. What'd they do? Love you, Dom, Dad. What's so rude? What did they do that's so rude? Love, Mom. Love and miss you so much. Love, Mom. What's so rude? Levi? Sad? What is so rude? I don't get it. It doesn't look like Jared. Who is Levi? I didn't even notice that. She said, yeah, because it's Tado, his trap name. Levi is Jared's friend, not even Dom's. I'm so mad. Miss Russo said, oh, I had no idea. I fuss with that grave every day and still miss stuff. I don't know what the heck she's talking about. Okay, I don't know. This one says the sound. She says this came today. Petey. Aw, the little dog, I love it. How are you today? Miss Russo says, I'm all right. Christopher isn't doing good, so I can worry about him and not just dwell on Dom all day long. What's happening with Toph? Oh no, Kenzie says. Miss Russo said, I think he's just losing his shite. Finally, I'm going to take him to the ER. Oh no, that makes me so sad, Kenzie says. Miss Russo says, it's okay. He is used to it. He will be able to relax there. Kenzie said, did he stop taking his meds? I hope he's going to be okay. That makes me so sad. Miss Russo said yes, he did stop taking meds. Oh, and then Miss Russo says, I know, we're here waiting. I'll keep you posted. I hope everything ends up okay, Kenzie says. Then she says, someone took the picture I put there. Miss Russo says, which one? The Zodiac one blew down. I put it in by the other one, by the animals. I didn't notice anything gone today. Kenzie says, never mind. Somebody moved it to the back. Then she says, I just moved it back to the front. I effing hate people acting like I'm not allowed to grieve. And Miss Russo said, I don't think anyone did it. It had to be blown out of the ground yesterday, but it was moved days before I thought you did it. Kenzie says, I don't know. It was moved to the back. I think someone's doing it to hurt me, and it works. And Miss Russo said, make sure it's in good. Probably blue and someone just stuck it in anywhere. I can redo them when better holders if you want. Kenzie says, the holder isn't the problem. It's the people that are coming here and taking everything. It really good before, and now it's an even better. What? It was in really good before, and now it's in even better. I think that's what she means. Miss Russo says, oh, but it could be the deer. I had to move the flowers so they didn't step on Dom. Then Kenzie said, yeah, I just moved a ton of dead flowers. Jared signed the basketball that you guys put here too, right in the front. Kenzie says, I don't know why they think they can just do that. Just wow. I added some stuff, she said. Love it. Did you grab that purple balloon? And I'll add some more lights to the front. The angel is not lighting. I have... Let me see here. The angel is not lighting. I have to figure out where to move it. I did grab it. It was lighting too. Oh, good. I didn't want to move it. It was pretty small. I think we could blow it up again, though. It looked nice, but it needs more lights. It's so shrunk. LOL. The light still works, though. Miss Russo says, hopefully there's a way to turn the light off. Kenzie says, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even think it would work. Then she said, Husney just assaulted my friend when we were at Crumble Cookies and then followed our car to a gas station, trying to follow us to see where we go, and I'm so scared. And then Miss Russo said, what happened? What friend? Are you still there? Kenzie said, he followed us to the gas station. My dad came. Where's the cookie place at? Miss Russo said. She said, and Kenzie said, it's called Crumble Cookies. And then he followed us all the way to a gas station and assaulting my friend. Where is it at? How did he assault her? Kenzie said, when she got in the car, he slammed the car door on her and was recording me saying 2 counts of manslaughter. Which friend did she get hurt? He's just been harassing me ever since this all happened. from the candle lighting to now, and when I was at the grave, the bad situation happened. I don't know if she's hurt, but he was slamming the door on her. I'm not with her anymore. She ran. And Kenzie says, oh, she doesn't check on her friend, right? She doesn't check on her friend before she texts Miss Russo this. Where's her car? She doesn't drive. And then Miss Russo said, oh, you said she got in the car. I don't know. Where's the cookie place? Kalisa was driving. It's kind of by Costco, and then he followed us all the way to this one gas station. I don't know what it's called. I'm going to get a restraining order. I don't know her, Miss Russo says. Then Kenzie says, I know. I'm just telling you what's happening right now. Miss Russo says, did you find your other friend? Who was that? Kenzie says, I don't know where she went. She just ran. She's probably lying, right? Miss Russo says, he's probably lying to make Miss Russo feel sorry for her. And now she didn't know Miss Russo is going to ask her all these questions. I don't know where she went. She just ran. And Miss Russo says, what was the store that you were going to, the beauty store where you got the earrings? Kenzie says, let me look. I think it's called First Class. Hold on. Yeah, it's First Class Beauty Supply. Let me know if you see anything cute. Miss Russo says, I wasn't going. I asked my client if she went there. And then Kenzie gives her a solar string, fairy lights. Let's see. October 5th. This has got to be the next one. Kenzie says, don't forget to laminate more. I can remind you again if you want. Did it? Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me those. Miss Russo says, they're awesome, aren't they? I bought the laminator for Dom, and he never used it. Kind of ironic. I'm only using it because of him. Kenzie said, I'm so obsessed. Now I can actually feel comfortable going out to eat and bringing them with me. And I can put the others in my scrapbook. Yeah, you're not going to have too much more time to go out to eat, Kenzie. Okay. Ms. Russo says, no, I can give you one for the scrapbook. Kenzie says, I was going to put ones I had from the beginning in my scrapbook, but if you have extras, I will take them. Sorry, I missed your call. Are you okay? Kenzie says. Miss Russo says, yeah, I just wanted you to know I was thinking of you. I'm having a bad moment. Kenzie says, if you want company, I'm always here. I love you, Miss Russo. Love you too. And then she puts a picture. Okay. Love it, Christine says. Did you drive by the cemetery just now? Miss Russo asks Kenzie. Kenzie says, nope, I'm not even in Strongsville. It's so cold today. Are you okay? Miss Russo says, yep, was just scared. Seems some cats. Then Miss Russo says, OMG, how effing cute, right? Kenzie says. Then Kenzie says, I found Blair's Instagram and he blocked me. If you don't hate me, I don't understand why they all hate me. Miss Russo said, I don't know. I don't know how to do Instagram. Kenzie says, I know. I could help you if you want to, but I was just telling you, I don't understand why they hate me if you don't hate me. I just don't get why everybody has to hate me. It just makes me hate myself even more. Wish everybody would just not hate me. Miss Russo says, I don't know any of it. Kenzie says, you're letting people in his house now? Miss Russo says, no, I am not. Kenzie says, I seen 2 people in his studio when I was driving home last night. The light was on, and I seen 2 people. Miss Russo said, I'll find out. Kenzie says, I'm really stressed out about people moving my things or making it look different than it was when Dom lived there. My top priority is just being able to go inside of that house and just be there for the day. It hurts that everybody but me is allowed in the house. Well, she's really jumping to conclusions, is she not? It already hurts seeing all of his friends there at night. All of his friends? Well, she's really a fabricator. Spending time with you, but it hurts even worse seeing I'm the only one not allowed in his house that I spent the most time in. Miss Russo says nothing is being touched. Kenzie says, we don't know that for sure. I need to get in there for multiple things that I have in there. I don't know why I'm not trusted to be in the house I spent 90% of my time and slept at every night. Okay, hang on here. Kenzie says, I really can't tell if you hate me or not. I feel like if you didn't hate me, you would let me over. You would let me come over or be there for you. Or you would tell everybody that they shouldn't hate me, but I feel like you just don't like me. And I wish you would just tell me so I could stop bugging you. Yeah, I'm sure she would stop bugging her if Miss Russo said, well, yeah, you're right. Anyway, Miss Russo said, this is all emotional. I can't tell anyone to do anything. I don't hate you. Gosh, I'm having a hard time with just not having my son. Kenzie says, you can't tell them to, but you could tell them that you don't hate me, and it's hard for me too. I'm also having a tough time. He was the love of my life, and I spent my last 4 years every day with him pretty much. I just don't understand why I'm the one not allowed inside of his house. I know he wouldn't want this. I didn't just lose Dom. I didn't just lose Dom. I lost my whole other family, and that's you guys. Miss Russo says, no one has gone in but me or Ange, and just to fix things. I really want to know the date that she found those recordings and gave them to the police. I want to see how she changed, right? My family will never be the same. I lost a part of my heart. I'm sorry that people aren't receptive to you, but those boys died at your hands. See, it seems to me that I think she might have found those recordings around this time right here. Or got more news from the detectives, because she really changes right here, really big right now. when she says, I'm sorry that people aren't receptive to you, but those boys died at your hands. You have to understand that. You think I want things this way? My life is hell, and I'm broken. Kenzie says, I did not do this on purpose. If I knew any of this would happen, I would have made sure it was me that died. I would think you would understand, but good to know that you think it's all my fault. I do understand that nothing is ever going to be the same. We're in the same boat. We both lost extremely important people to us. Really, Kenzie? She puts herself in the same boat with Christine. And I seen Angelo and somebody else in the studio. Good, that's his brother. Oh my gosh, she's so nuts. And I seen Angelo and somebody else in the studio last night, so I know that it has been more than just you and Angelo in the house. Mind your own business. You have no... Oh my gosh. Everybody's life is hell. Wow, you are really something, Mackenzie. Everybody is broken over this. It's not just you and Angelo. Wow. And I wish I could take that pain away from you guys and just make it so it's only me. I tried so hard to tell you guys that I would never do this on purpose, and I thought you would know that. Now, Ms. Russo says, did you take the green pick? Kenzie says, could you please try to help me get people to see that? I didn't do this on purpose. Seriously, hurts my soul. And that anyone thinks that, and I can't sleep knowing that. I don't want to lose any more of my family. Wow. Wow. Okay, so Ms. Russo says, no one says that directly. I just said, looking from the other side, it's hard to explain anything when you said you don't remember any of it. Kenzie says, I know. Everybody thinks that, though, especially Angelo. And I care so much about him, even though he hates me. You guys are my family. I've just been having a rough couple of days. I'm trying really hard to talk to everybody. Ms. Russo said, it's been really bad on me, too. Kenzie says, can we please try to fix this? All I know, it's never going to be the same, but I want to be able to come spend time with you guys. I wish I could bring you guys closer or tell you what I remember, what happened. If I could remember anything, I would tell you. Ms. Russo says, what's the last thing you remember? Okay, and Kenzie says, I remember turning onto the street, and then my vision fades to black. It kills me not to be able to remember anything. I promise you I would tell you. I've been asking my therapist why I don't remember, and she said it's because of trauma. But I'm going to try to go get hypnotized and make myself remember. That would be awesome. Better for you too. Kenzie says, I know I'm the only one not allowed in the house. She knows she goes from A to Z. But I actually need to get in there for my belongings. My ID and laptop are in there and other important belongings. I know it's hard for you, but I really do need to get in there. And that's where I spent my time and a lot. Hang on. And a lot of my belongings are there. I don't know why you would think I would ever do this on purpose either. I understand I was the driver, but I would have done anything to prevent this. He's the love of my life and my best friend. If I could remember She talks in the present tense there too. So, if I could remember, I would tell everybody, but that's just how trauma works. I wish I could bring you peace. Miss Russo says, I never said that. About her doing it on purpose. See? I don't know why you think I would ever do this on purpose either. I never said that. There was another case where something was like that, and the person blurted it out before they said anything either. Maybe was this or no? No, I think it was something else. I think it was with Wendy Adelson, something like that. And they said, well, yeah, it was Wendy Adelson when, and it was her ex-boyfriend, and he said, well, I never said something. Or wasn't there something very similar to that where they kind of slipped with that? Yeah. Believe so. Or maybe we read this. I don't know. I'm having deja vu. Then can I please just come to Dom's house because it really hurts that I'm not allowed to be there, Kedzie says. Okay, let me just see which one comes next. Okay, this one here. And I promise you, I'm not trying to offend you or be rude. It's just really bothering me and causing me not to sleep. Over your head. Wait, hold on a minute. Something's wrong. Let me see. Over your head. Wait a second. I never said that. Right, she says? We've got everything else. Oh, they skipped some. They didn't put them all in here. They skipped them. Okay. So that is the next one. Over your head for what? See, I think that she's holding something over her head. She says, do you think I could come into the house this week? I really do need my purse and other belongings. It's extremely important. Just checking to see if you got my texts. This is really important. No, what text? The two above, the messages I just sent you. Are you getting my messages? Mr. Russo says, I will get your things together. I'm sorry things have been rough. Kenzie says, you don't know where all of my things are. I'm not allowed to just go get my things. I understand it's been rough for me as well. I just don't understand why this has to be such an issue for me to go in the place that I spent all my time at. I was in there probably the most out of everybody except him. And I also want to make sure that all my things were not messed with, because I know where everything was when I left it there. Do you want to talk to me on the phone? Because I feel like this is like a 30-minute conversation. Oh, I wouldn't want to talk to you for 30 minutes, girl. Okay. That has been taking weeks. She says, do you want to just call? Do you want me to just call you tomorrow? And Miss Russo said, this time makes me remember you and Dom digging through my boxes. Are you dressing up at all? And just talking about Halloween. And she says, yes, this time of year is hard. It sucks without him. Me and Rosie are Drank and Zaza Dom's song. And then Kenzie says, not sure if you see my prior messages. I mean, it says delivered, but I do need to get inside of the house to get my belongings. I know it's hard for you, but hold on 1 second. I know it's hard for you. But imagine how hard it is this is the last message, I think, this one right here. I know it's hard for you, but imagine how hard it is seeing people who had nothing to do with the house be inside of it before me. No. February 5th. Wait. So she didn't answer her, but then at February 6th, February 2nd, she typed no. And then today, that's weird, isn't it? When she might have been going to get them, maybe she just felt like saying no to her. But why would she? That's weird. And then she just put that it was Kenzie. Okay, so that I think we did okay, even though we might have had to go back and forth. Do you think I need to do a whole new live? Because that's a joke for those of you that have been with us a long time. Sometimes this lady came on because we were doing the tote case, TODT, in Florida, and we got an address wrong or something, and then had to do a Google Maps. And this lady came in and she's like, you did that wrong, so you have to do the whole live over and delete that one because you made a mistake. Okay, let me see. Mercedes, how are you? Was Dom trying to end it before she killed him? Yes, he was trying to get out of it. She kept holding things over his head and blackmailing him. Yes, Mercedes. How are you, Mercedes? Twisted says, and she wants the drugs and money. Alicia says, I hope she says, I need to talk to Angelo first so he can escort you. Brian, I didn't notice, so what, hun? Brian says, notice the times on the messages 4 days before Miss Russo responds. Yeah, Miss Russo waited some time, and that's why she would say, oh, did you get them? Did you get my message? Right? Hi, Brian. How are you? So wow, that I didn't think we had a lot. That was going to be a long time, and that was like 2.5 hours or more, right? We started at 11. It's 1:44. It was like, that's a lot of time. Okay, let's see. Darling, why does she think it's my stuff to bother her to touch it? She's crazy. I think she just wants to get in there. That's all. Petunia, that would be good. You're doing a great job reading all of this crap. It's tedious. Thank you, Mercedes. Looks like it skips back to February because that's the last text. Yeah. She was arrested in November, but then maybe when she went, I don't know, when she gave it to them. Can you possibly go over the 3 recordings? The 3 recordings? Yeah. Dom made them on someone's phone. It was a friend's phone, and she and they found it afterwards, and then gave it to Miss Russo, I believe, who gave it to the police. It's in the reports. Let me see. I think there's a report about it. Let me see here. Dominic. Report. Is this the report? Now this is. Now that is. This is Angelo. I suck at shopping. Angelo, yo. Keep an eye on Dom. I dipped, but he's saying he's going to actually do it. Yeah, that's when she was saying something, but that's not the one. Shirilla and Russo argument. Recordings, Dominic's cell phone. Yeah, the recordings are here. The image, let me see if the details, they were made July 30. Wait a minute, that can't be July 31st. Hold on a minute, let me see what date is this. July 21st. Oh, they were made on the 21st. Those recordings. 10 days before the accident. It wasn't an accident, before the crash. Yeah. That's when they were made. And they were made on a friend's phone. And then they were sent in there. Let's see something here. Let me go to D, right? D. Reports. Let me see something here. Reports. Report updated 8/8. What is this? Detective investigation. Okay, let's. No, that's not what we want. We want. Where's our detective? Should be. Zoo. Let me see if it mentions it in here. Let's see. Video crash. Phone interview. Text messages between Christine. Phone interview, Christine Russo, statement, report. Gotta have that in here, let's see. I know that it's in here somewhere. Because I know about it being, they do mention it. Let me see, it's got to be in one of these. Warrant issued. Jamie Flanagan about Halloween. Memorandum. I wonder if it could be one of those. Christine Russo. Phone interview. Because I just think that it's around some time where she kind of changes on the phone with her. Our therapist, let me see. September, Jim McDonald. Okay. Data from Dominic. Frank Russo. Interview with Christine Russo. Crystal. Police sergeant story, that was the thing. Okay. Here's the memorandum, I thought. Let me see. Doyle again. Then October 13th. DRD memorandum number 2. For Hench, Jamie Flanagan, hold on a second, because there's That's the initial incident. Supplemental recordings. Messages. Roots. Okay. Well, I think that is that, isn't it? Let me see. Yeah, here's the recordings. Hey, you got it. Okay, it says on Sunday, February 26, 2023. Yeah, look. Look at that. Remember, she said something about February 2nd or something. She was on that phone, but it says it was February 26, 2023. At approximately 10:44 hours, Miss Christine Russo arrived at the Strongsville Police Department to turn over 3 audio recordings to be entered as evidence. Miss Russo explained that on Friday, February 24th, 2023, she was contacted by a client of hers whom identified as William Ellis. According to her, sometime after July 4th, 2022, it was July 21st, while Ellis was incarcerated at the Cayuga County Jail, he asked Ms. Russo to collect his property, which included his cell phone from the county jail, and told to retain it until his release. Because Ms. Russo was recovering from a recent surgery, she asked Ellis to authorize her son, Dominic, to pick up his property. Ellis agreed. Upon Ellis's recent release from jail, he was going through his cell phone when he noticed the 3 videos of phone call recordings. According to Ms. Russo, the recordings were likely made sometime, it was July 21st. When her parents, she says, between the 4th and the 17th, when her parents were in town. She reached this conclusion based on a statement made by Dominic going out to dinner with his grandparents who were in town. Dominic had used Ellis's cell phone to record phone calls with Mackenzie that he had using his own cell phone. The 3 files were sent to Christine Russo directly from Ellis on February 24th, 2023, around 1350 hours. She in turn messaged Detective Glover on February 24th, 2023. Detective Glover and I asked Ms. Russo to bring the recordings to the police station on February 26, 2023. All 3 recordings were uploaded to the Strongsville Police Department network folder pertaining to this case. Recording 1, duration, Dominic Russo was inside his house. Mackenzie was presumably outside, demanding to be let inside. Mackenzie threatens to key Russo's car if he does not let her in. Mackenzie can be heard counting down. Recording number 2. Mackenzie is demanding Dominic to open the door. When he refuses, she threatens to break the door. Mackenzie claims that Dominic's house is her house. Mackenzie can be heard banging on the door. She threatens to key Dominic's car. Recording number 3. Duration 11 minutes 20. No audio until 11. And it sounds like Dominic allowed Mackenzie into the house to retrieve items. On February 26, 2023, I forwarded all 3 recordings to APA Troop and Kupach. I follow up by sending them an email to ensure receipt and let them know that Detective Glover and I will work on transcribing all recordings. Okay, so on Monday, February 27th at approximately 11:30, Detective Glover finished transcribing all 3 videos. Below is the transcript. Recording 1. Mackenzie says, before you lied and said you would never lock me out of the house again. That is why we got back together the last time we broke up. But I forgot. You can never keep your word. Dominic says, Mackenzie, you broke up with me earlier. Mackenzie says, because you're a little effing weak biatch. Dominic says, you broke up with me earlier. Mackenzie says, so this is your last chance. Dominic says, you broke up with me earlier. Mackenzie says, this is your last chance to open the door, or you are not coming out of the house all night because I will not leave. Dominic said, you literally broke up with me earlier. What is the point of you trying to you broke up with me earlier. Well, what? She says, no, I didn't. Russo says, yes, you did. You said we are not together. You literally said that shite. You really broke up with me earlier. What are you trying to make? Why would I just let you in my house if you break up with me and you're threatening to break my shite? Shirilla says, 1, 2. Russo says, you're threatening to key my car? You're threatening to break the doors down? Mackenzie says, I will key your car if you do not let me in the house. Russo says, you're going to key my car if I don't let you in the house? Shirilla says, if you don't let me in the house, yes. Russo says, what the F? Shirilla says, yeah, I know, so just let me in the house. Russo says, no. Why? Why can't you just be calm at least for a second and I can feel comfortable letting you in the house? Mackenzie says, I am calm. I don't think you get to decide that. with your effing weird arse trauma problems. Dominic says, you're literally threatening. You're literally threatening to effing key my car and shite. What else are you threatening? Mackenzie says, Dom, I'm going to give you one last chance to open the door. I'm going to leave and do what I said I was going to do. Russo says, what are you going to do? Kenzie says, I'm going to give you one last chance. Open. He says, Kenzie, look, let me go to bed. Kenzie says, no, you're not. Dominic says, you can, and I can let you come over later. Mackenzie says, no, you're not, because I'm coming to dinner too. Dominic says, well, why? Well, you should have told me you wanted to come. Mackenzie says, you effing R word. She already put me on the reservation. So effing open the door. You dumb arse, like open the door. He says, oh, all right, let's just go next door then. Mackenzie says, no, we're not going next door. Dominic says, no, I'm not letting you in the house. Mackenzie says, we need to talk first now, because you betrayed me. Dominic says, all right, we can talk outside. Good, I'm coming out. Don't try to come in. And she says, 5, 4. And then recording number 2, Mackenzie says, Dom, if you do not open, if you think I'm joking, do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm joking? Like, I'm dead arse. Russo says, what? What are you dead arse about? She says, okay, I'm going to give you one last chance to open the door. He says, Kenzie, I can't open the door. I can't sit here and fight. I got to go to dinner so I can see my grandparents. I can't sit. She says, you're not going to dinner if you don't open the door. I'm going to let you know that right now. He says, and then what? What would happen? What are you trying to say? Mackenzie says, I'm telling you, I already told you what happens. You're not coming. You're not going to dinner. He says, what do you mean? Mackenzie says, you know exactly what I mean. You don't need to know exactly what I mean. You're going to come open this door right now, or there's going to be a serious effing problem. And Dominic says, I can't. No, you can't keep threatening. You can't keep making all these threats. I can't open the door. Mackenzie says, and you can't kick me out of the place you say is my home. Dom says, Kenz, I didn't kick you out. You took all your shite and dipped. You said we were done. Mackenzie says, I did not say we were done. Dom, okay, ready? I'm going to count to 10. The door's going to open. Okay? You're going to open the door and stop hiding behind the door like a little effing biatch. Ready? 1, 2, 3. He says, Mackenzie, I can't open the door. 4. Okay, I'm going to break something then. Dom says, why would you break something? Why? What are you trying to break? Mackenzie says, open. Okay, open the door. Dom says, what are you trying to break? Mackenzie says, open the door. He says, no, I'm not opening the door. Mackenzie says, Dom, I'm going to give you... If this phone call hits 5 minutes, we're breaking up. And he says, Kenzie, I can't do this shite right now. You can't sit here and fight like... She says, okay, well, you're not going to dinner. He says, Kenzie, step away from the door, and maybe I can come out and talk for a second. Mackenzie says, no, we're not fighting outside. You're going to open the door right now. Dominic says, what? Why are we fighting? She says, you have 1 minute now, actually. Dominic says, Kenzie, wait. My mom is trying to call me. I gotta. She says, no. If you hang up on me, we are done, and I'm leaving. He says, Mackenzie, there's nothing I can do. I can't. Mackenzie says, there is. Stop being a little biatch and open the door. He says, I can't let you in my house with how you're acting. It's simple as that. There is no way I should, Mackenzie says, I'm just going to break the handle off. Dom says, huh? She says, I'm just going to break the handle off. It's already moving. Dom says, effing break the lock like you're going to break into my house? Shirilla says, yes, I will. I will break into my house. You're right. I will break into it. Dom says, it's not your house. It's my house. Mackenzie says, it is, Dom. Now open the door. You have 30 seconds left on the phone call to open the door or we are done. He says, Mackenzie, I really don't think I can. Mackenzie says, if you can't open the door, then you can't be in a relationship with me. And he says, Kenzie, you're acting. You're threatening to break shite out, break the glass and shite, you're threatening crazy shite. Mackenzie says, you have 10 seconds to open this door or we are broken up. He says, Kenzie, I really don't think I can. Why can't we just do this shit? Why can't we just do this later? Mackenzie says, we can't do this later because I'm coming to dinner. You have 5 seconds to open this door. And he says, what? You want to come to dinner with us? Is that what you said? She says, open the door right now. He says, you can come to dinner with us if you want. She says, open the door. He says, Mackenzie, if you want, you can come to dinner with us. She says, Dom, if you don't open the door, I am keying your car. He says, why the F would you key my... Why are you serious? She says, okay, you have 30 seconds or I'm going to do it. He says, Mackenzie, do not key my car. Do not do anything to my car. Then he says, I need to call my mom back, babe. Kenzie says, all right, is the door unlocked? I'm about to test it. Dom says, no, Kenzie, it's not unlocked. And why are you acting like this? Mackenzie says, Dom, I'm going to give you one last second or I'm going to have to key your car. He says, why? Why would you? Why would that be the option? Mackenzie says, because we are broken up. If you don't let me in the house, I'm breaking up. I will break up with you. I'm going to break up with you if you don't open this effing door. He says, you literally took all your shite and left. I thought you didn't want to be here. She goes, good. I'm going to break into your house then. And there's background noise. Sounds like cracking and banging on the door. And he says, dude, what the hell? What the actual F? More background noise like banging on the door. She says, well, I just broke your effing key thing. So that sucks. And she continues to bang on the door. And Dominic says, what key thing? Mackenzie says, I don't know. You're going to have to open the door to see it, because that's where it's effed up. From the outside, you effing D. He says, okay. She says, now open the door. He says, no, like you're not. You're breaking shite and stuff. You're not coming in my house. She says, Dom, I will break shite. I will break shite. Do I have to call the police? He says, why? Why would you call the police? She goes, do I have to call the police? Are you not going to let me into my house? He says, this is not your house. All right, I'm calling my mom. I'm calling my mom. She says, no, you're not. He says, yes, I am. She says, no, you're not. He says, I'm calling my mom. You bet. You're not doing this. She says, then we're going to break up. He said, this is my house. You don't. She says, then we're done. If you do not let me in the house, I sleep in every night, then we are done. He says, Kenzie, I can't let you in the house right now. Then she says, if this phone call hits 10 minutes and I'm not in the house, then we're done. He says, no, Kenzie, I'm calling my mom. Goodbye. She says, no, you're not. He seems to have hung up the phone call and dialed his mother. The phone is heard ringing, and then video 2 ends. And then video 3 begins. He's still in his house, presumably on a new telephone call with Shirilla, who says 2. Dominic says, I'm coming. There's background conversation. It sounds like he is communicating with her through the door rather than over the telephone. And then you hear Dominic saying no. And then you can't make out what Shirilla says. And then you hear Dominic say, I'm going to go out the front door then. There's background noise, sounds of banging as the door is being hit or kicked, and the door handle is being turned or tampered with. Then there's no audio, silence from 1:02 to 10:55, when a door can be heard being shut, and Russo and Shirilla can again be heard together inside the house. Mackenzie says, you're such a joke. You are such a joke. You are getting an L. You are an L. And I lied? Russo says, because you can't stop. And Shirilla says, I lied. And that's the recording. And then here we go. Then we have Russo says, what did you lie about? Do you have your phone charger? And Shirilla says, yeah. Video ends as Shirilla speaking. On February 27, 2023, at approximately 16:22 hours, Mr. William Ellis arrived at the Strongsville police station accompanied by Ms. Christine Russo. I requested to speak with Mr. Ellis in person in order to obtain his statement on how he came to possess the video recording. Mr. Ellis explained that upon being released from jail on February 8, 2023, he took possession of his cell phone after 1 or 2 days. On February 24th of 2023, while going through the photo gallery on his cell phone, he noticed the aforementioned recordings. He immediately shared them with Ms. Russo, who turned them over to us, and then Detective Glover photographed the metadata from the property section of each recording. And that was what I showed you, July 21st. That was the metadata. We know how important the metadata is. The metadata. And I hope that answered your question there quite thoroughly. Who was that asked that? Brian? Brian asked me that question. Did that answer your question, Brian? Was that good? Was that a good answer to your question? Thank you. Your reading spot on with Kenzie, your inflection in your voice. Thank you. I hope that gave you a thorough answer of where those recordings came from. Brian, I agree. It's really good to be around people who understand. Let's see. For what both you do, just Pepper and Brian. Let me see. Liza Ann, how are you doing? Valerie, because she's not getting her way and cannot admit it, she counts down. Hi, Petunia. Don't worry, Darla. Most kids today are not sociopaths like she is. She gives the kids today that are bad kids a bad name. What did Darla say? Darla said, Petunia, I hate her too. She makes me lose all hope in the future of our children. Don't lose all hope, Darla. Everybody is not like Kenzie. Thank you. The family court abused me more, turned me into a 2-weekend per month visitor to my daughter. Liza said, I think I'm already hooked. Carolyn is dedicated to us, and it's a place with kind people to hang out with. Best ever information. Oh, thank you, Liza. That's very sweet. That's very, very sweet. Thank you so much. Okay. Talk about it a teeny bit more, Brian, but not so much as they should. I heard from someone in the know men are abused. Let's see. Okay, good. So that gave us all the, so it was somebody that was incarcerated, and his phone, I don't know whether, he was a friend of theirs or Miss Russo I don't know what the deal was, but she couldn't go get his stuff, and Dom got it, and I guess his stuff was there and he needed something to record. It's lucky that phone was charged, right? And he was able to record it. That's a good thing that he was able to do that. Anybody else have any questions? About what we did tonight? So we went through, I think it was different. Wasn't it different after reading all of the messages with Dom and Kenzie? Isn't it different reading Christine's messages now? Because I think we know more about some of the people that we didn't know before. So I think reading that after, I don't know, it makes a little more sense with some things after we have gone through so much with Dom and Kenzie's text, 32,000 pages almost, that it makes more sense when we read the Christines, right? Yeah, it's together, but yeah. Because when we first went through Christine's messages, there's like some things we didn't understand, but now you can understand them, and you can even understand. There was somebody else's messages that made a little more sense, and even some of the jail calls make a little more sense, And by tomorrow, you guys, all 96 jail calls that came with the FOIA that I requested, that FOIA was the craziest thing. When I requested, whose was it? Jamie Komorowski's jail calls. They came in. I had other issues with Jamie Komorowski's jail calls because they came in a really whacked out format, like to play them, but they were organized so beautifully. They were organized. They had every date on them. They had everything. Mackenzie's calls just came in this clump. And the woman that sent them to me, she's like, here they are, and she's like, you have to download them from this file, and the link is going to expire in 8 days. So I just downloaded everything, and it was just a clump of numbers. None of the stuff correlated, so I had to just put them in groups of 12 because it was getting too confusing about what was played, and I'm like a real stickler if you haven't noticed it. When I get Discovery, I want it all to get out there because that's like what I always like to FOIA my own stuff so that I know that I have everything. And when I get it, I want to give it to you guys too. So I was like going crazy because everybody here knows I couldn't figure out, oh my gosh, did we hear that call? Did we not hear that call? Then I said, finally, that's it. It's going to be so crazy, but I'm going to go through it all again. And I separated them all into 12, so it was 8 volumes. And now by tomorrow, all 96 calls that I got in the FOIA will be out there. Any info? She's already had appeals, and they've already been denied. Now, I don't know if... I think she still has some more things she can do, but I don't think she's going to get any appeal. Is going to be approved, and I don't think she'll be out in 15 years. Not unless she made like some huge change. I just don't think that she'll be out. Oh, and then I'm going to put up just so you know this, I'm going to put up all of the police cam video, every one of it, and it's extensive. The police cam video is extensive. So, hi, Two Scooter. Oh, here we go. What's Scooter saying? So I'm going to put out everything the way it is. So they're like, each cop had like a front, a back. I'm going to put it all out there. I'll just upload it so anybody can look at it at their own pace. You could fast forward through it, but I want to just get it all up there. Everything, every single one. even that arrest ride where, remember how long it was? She was just in the back of the car. We were waiting for her to do something. I'm just going to put it all up there. Now, there's another case. Let me ask you guys something. And there's more jail calls that I have in this other case. Have you? And it's, you know where it's from? It's from Strongsville. And I have all the discovery on it. And I have the jail calls already on it. It's about this guy that worked for this hotel. And packages came in. Did you guys ever hear this one? And he was a young guy. I think he was 24 years old. And Carolyn, see above. Debbie Two Scooter says, oh my goodness, is Carolyn reading the video from this year's vacation where it's Bink and I locked her out of the house? Oh yeah, and I told you I was going to key your cars? Yeah. But very funny. Thank you for the info. I had seen Christine Russo get the death notice, and it was disturbing. It was horrible. Poor mom, and Kenzie was destined for jail, and she did it all by herself. Nobody else to blame. Right, Darla? So, wait, listen to this one, okay? So, he opened a box, and it was full of baseball cards, really expensive baseball cards. And he took the box, and then he gave it to a friend to like hold, so there was an accomplice or something in the case. You guys hear about this one? And then they recovered all the cards except for two, and the two are worth $90,000, and I don't think they've ever been recovered. So yeah. Yeah, I know you've seen some of the video, but I'm going to upload it all onto the videos, just so anybody can watch it that wants to, and they don't have to if they don't want to. You haven't heard of that? What? Yeah, it's crazy, and I have all the discovery on it too. We might want to take a look at that while we're still taking looks at this, but I have the jail calls from him. They're kind of weird from what I've listened to. And it's from Strongsville. And then there's another one I have that I have all the discovery for. I FOIA'd a bunch of stuff prior to this case, right? And then this one came in, but now I can't even remember. But I just have big files. They say evidence on them. And I have to put all the cases together. But I have a lot of things. Severs is back in court tomorrow? Get out of here. Are you serious? He got the death penalty, right? Is Mark Severs really back in court? Let me just check that tomorrow. Is he really? Oh my gosh. See, I've been doing Mackenzie so long, we've been out of the loop. Oh my gosh, you're serious. Mark Severs, did you guys, we cover, oh my gosh, Mark looks so Scooter. Wow, how many years it hasn't been that many years, right? When did we do him? 2019? So 6 years. Look at the change. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh, if you guys missed this case was unbelievable. And there's one police interview. It's so funny. Do you remember that one, Scooter, where when they went out to when they went out there where the other guy lives that looks like his twin brother, and they interviewed that lady that wanted to talk, and the police officer was trying to listen to everything, but he must have been like from New York, and he had this funny, sarcastic way, and it was hysterical. Do you remember that video, Scooter? Oh my gosh, we have to go through that again one night. That was incredible. But look what Mark Severs looks like. Wait, come on, Mark. Why can't I get your picture up here? Where did you go, Mark? Oh, here. Look. Wow, Scooter. Who followed the Mark Sievers case? Do you know about this case? Oh my gosh, you guys. This case was probably totally insane. This case had so many freaking twists and turns, and you talk about reading text messages. I was reading he kept like diaries of his sexual experiences, and we had to read them, and so he put everything down there. It was just, this whole case was incredible. You remember what the inside of his car looked like, Scooter? Oh my gosh, and little Jimmy Rogers with the hammer, and then the guy, remember how he effed up? He did something, what was it, with the souvenirs or something that got them caught? Not the souvenirs, he did something with the phone. Oh my gosh, they made so many mistakes, but the other guy looked just like his twin brother at the time. Oh my gosh, did any of you follow this case? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can find you guys. Hold on, where's your chat? Where's my chat? Here it is. Did anybody follow this case? Oh, Valerie, this is Mark Sievers. His wife was Teresa Sievers. You followed, right, Alicia? That's when we all learned about a freaking turtle suit, and we lost it that night. We found out about a turtle suit. Hey, Star Pixie. Hi. Yeah, we laughed our butts off when we found out about the turtle suit. That's when we found it. You did too, Just Pepper? This case, oh my gosh, this case had so many, for those of you that didn't follow this case was crazy. You did too, Jen Proctor, yeah. This guy had his best friend that they looked exactly, it looked like they said they were, brothers from another mother. But they looked so much alike. And Mark married this woman, Teresa Sievers, and she was actually from where I grew up, like around the area. She was a doctor, and she was like into like nutraceuticals and stuff, right? Wasn't she? And then she had that person that worked in the office with her. Remember that? And oh my gosh, this case. How long were we on this case? There was little Jimmy Rogers' trial. We followed that. There was Mark Sievers' trial. The best friend already had his trial by that time, or he took a plea deal. He was a witness for the prosecution, right? Yeah, he took his plea deal. Then little Jimmy Rogers' trial was crazy. Remember when his wife or his partner, remember the pictures of his house? Wasn't that Jimmy Rogers' house? And then the wife was like, I just threw the stuff out on the highway. Oh my gosh. You watched this? Yeah, this was one of our big cases that we covered back in the day. Crying out loud, this is the one I told Scooter. We read so many freaking text messages that I fell asleep. I woke up and I was like, oh my gosh, because we just couldn't put it down. This guy, remember he had that nutritionist person that was dropping off the meals at his house, and remember he was writing text messages to all these women on Facebook, sliding into his DMs. Oh my gosh, what did he do, Valerie? Oh my gosh, poor Teresa Sievers went to the airport. He went up north. He got himself out of there. He got his best friend, and his best friend got Jimmy Rogers to come into Florida. They waited in the house for Teresa, the wife, a doctor, to come back from the airport. She pulls in, goes into the house. They bludgeon her. They kill her so brutally, so bloody. She's on the floor. He acts like, oh my gosh, what happened to my wife? It couldn't have been me. I'm up here in New York. Right? With her family and my girls. And it was a murder for hire. He got the death penalty. His friend, his brother from another mother, testified against him, took a deal. Jimmy Rogers, did Jimmy Rogers get the death penalty too? Jimmy the Hammer? That was his name. Jimmy the Hammer. But we called him Little Jimmy Rogers. It was awful what they did to her. Yeah, terrible. And we had all the FOIA on this. We were FOIA'd out on this case. You can't believe the files I had on this case. This is crazy. The neighbor to go check, yes, on his wife. He called her, right? Yeah, I can't get Teresa. Can you go check on her? Oh my gosh, all the people he was sliding in the DMs on Facebook. You think Jimmy Rogers got the plea deal? No, I think Jimmy Rogers had a trial. Let me see what Jimmy Rogers got. I don't think, let me see. I thought Jimmy Rogers trial, Florida. Jimmy Rogers was sentenced to life in prison. Yeah. Jimmy Rogers, yeah. He got a life sentence. And I can't believe, let's see what happens. Mark is going to return. We almost forgot about what's going on tomorrow. We got to watch this tomorrow. Okay, thank you for telling me, Scooter. So he has sat on death row for the last 6 years for the murder for hire of his wife in Lee County, and he's going to appeal his death sentence. Mark Sievers will be inside the Lee County courtroom on Monday morning to challenge his conviction and try to get his death sentence vacated. He was convicted of orchestrating the murder of his wife, Dr. Teresa Sievers. Prosecutors said Sievers hired his friend Curtis Wayne Wright Jr. to kill his wife in exchange for $100,000 in life insurance money. Prosecutors say Wright recruited Jimmy Rogers. The two drove for more than 1,000 miles from Missouri to Southwest Florida to commit the murder. Yeah, and remember, they rented a car and they did everything, and Jimmy Rogers screwed it up because he plugged something into the car. What was it? Did he bring his cell phone? He did something so dumb. Okay, in June of 2015, Teresa returned home from a family vacation, and Wright and Rogers were waiting inside the house for her, and they beat her to death with hammers. The case was cold for nearly 2 months, and it wasn't until August 2015 that Jimmy Rogers' girlfriend told investigators that Jimmy Rogers had admitted to the killing. Sievers was arrested in December of that year. Rogers is serving life in prison. Curtis Wayne Wright pled guilty and was sentenced to 25 years for his role. So look at that, right? Mark thinks like, oh, I didn't even do anything, didn't even touch my wife, but he's got a death sentence, and Curtis Wayne Wright got 25 years, who they beat her to death. Sievers' hearing is expected to last all week. During the hearing, a judge will consider 6 points that the defense team has brought up from the trial. Okay, claim 1. It says newly discovered evidence not previously presented at trial undermines the confidence in the verdict. Newly discovered evidence. Claim 2. Failure of a qualified attorney in the case. Claim 3. Sievers was denied his right to a fair trial and due process because of ineffective assistance of counsel during his guilt phase. Claim 4. Trial counsel provided ineffective assistance of counsel during jury selection. Claim 5. Sievers was denied his right to a fair trial, due process, and reliable adversarial testing due to ineffective assistance of counsel during the guilt phase. Claim 6. Counsel was ineffective by failing to conduct a thorough penalty phase investigation during the trial. The court document says the combination violated his 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendment rights. Please tell me this is going to be streamed, Scooter. They streamed everything else. In this case, they're going to stream it, right? Let me see here. Oh, yeah, the GPS led cops to the killers. Yeah, you got to hear this. Dumb and Dumber, they called them. Dumb and Dumber. On the morning of June 27th, two men from Missouri, all right, little Jimmy Rogers, we call him, and Curtis Wainwright, got a rental car. So they went through this whole thing of the rental car. And they entered the address into the GPS unit. They were on their way. It was 17 hours away. They set off to find Dr. Teresa Sievers. She never made it to her clinic that next morning. She got in, she traveled to New York. Mark and their two daughters. Mark stayed behind in New York. And then we saw the footage. Remember, I have the footage of Teresa right before. It's horrible because she's in the airport and she's going home to get bludgeoned to death by these two murderers there. And investigators, like, he put their trip in the GPS of the rental car. So then investigators were able to pull the trip route from the GPS system in the rental car. And they saw it, yeah. That was horrible. Dumb and Dumber, they said. It was crazy. Let me see if I can find a picture of Mark back in the day with his, let me see here. Curtis Wainwright. Because they did, I mean, oh, and then they were getting married. That's when, let's see. Curtis was getting married to that other woman, but oh my gosh, we have to listen to that interview with that one cop that was so sarcastic with this one lady over there, but not in a mean way. Like, she was telling him stuff and he was like, oh, really? Is that... I can't explain it to you without it just cracked me up so bad, because this lady was going on and she really had nothing to say, but she wanted to talk to the police, and she just kept coming back, and he's like, okay, yeah, anything you want to say. That was the two. See how much alike they looked? One was Mark, and then that was his wedding, and he was marrying. They had his wifey on the stand too, right? Let's see here. And oh, here's the picture of them, yeah, on the it was used in the evidence. Let's see. Yeah, this was the wedding photo. I went into the evidence because of how much they looked alike. It almost looks like it almost looks like he's looking in a mirror, right? Doesn't it kind of look like that? It's just weird. It's just so freaky. It's a very freaky thing. But that was some case, and I mean the amount of like the pictures and stuff that were in that case, and the evidence, and the way Mark was like, he did a lot. He was like Mr. Mom, but then he was like mingling with all the kids' moms, and like that lady they were getting these prepared meals from, and then he was like trying to get out of paying her for stuff. It was like. It was so crazy. And then when they went in their house, they were just, remember all the cash that was around there? And it was kind of messy. And he was supposed to be taking care of the house. Teresa was working all day. Then Teresa had these like little videos and stuff, and her business was taken off. But then she had that woman that was working with her. And there was something, didn't he have an affair with her too or something? He was like sleeping with everything in town. You can't even believe it. And then I think at one point they were swinging. Weren't they swinging too? A little bit, weren't they swinging? But he was like really out there with like a lot of different people. He was doing a lot of swinging on his own too, I think. Oh, it was so crazy. So, hold on, let me get back to the chat because I want to know if this is going to be shown. Is this going to be shown, Scooter? He made me sick, constantly saying he was innocent. Good night, Brian. What was she doing with this guy? What was Teresa Sievers doing with this guy, Valerie? I don't know. It was so crazy. Yeah, it was like the Three Stooges, just Pepper. It's going to be okay. Oh my gosh, we got to watch that tomorrow. What time does it start? 9? I have to be watching on my phone because I have to go out tomorrow. 9 o'clock? The motive was the insurance money. Why did he want her dead, Scooter? What was the... He wanted... Well, she was on to him about something, I think, right? Let me see. We need a refresher on this case, I think. I have so much on this case. Let me see. The motive was the life insurance money and the fear that Teresa would take their children away. It was so crazy. Oh my gosh, this case was so crazy. Here, I'll show you a picture of Teresa Sievers. Let me see if I can get you a picture of Teresa Sievers. And when you see Mark, when he was cleaned up when they first got married, let me show you. Hold on. Then he got so sleazy. Oh my gosh. He was just sleeping with anything. Let's see. Why is that so little? Come on, make it bigger. Here. Did you go over there? Picture, please. Come on. So that's a... Then he just got so weird. And he was just into everything. Let's see. So even someone else, a reporter, crime reporter said, once you start to unwrap this case, it just gets nuttier and nuttier. It's weird. It is. See, she was in upstate New York. That's what I'm saying. She was up here. It was June 28th of 2015. And she had to go back down there. And he stayed up there with her mother and her sister, I believe it was. Oh, we have the interview with her sister. I have all the police interviews. I have everything. Gosh, we must have went through this for months and months. And this was like Teresa Sievers, and we have this video too, but this was the last, of her here, this picture. She was coming through the airport, and they were waiting for her in her house. And there was something, I remember one of them knocked over the dog bowl. And let's see, Mark met her in 2003. When he was visiting St. Petersburg. And let's see. He was working as a nurse. And she was a recently divorced physician. They were married on a beach. And let's see, 6 months later, their first daughter was born. And in 2007, they welcomed another daughter. Okay, being a dad was everything to him. And they wanted to open a holistic practice where Teresa could heal patients by blending traditional and alternative medicine. She also spread her message in speeches and videos. Yeah, she had a website and she had these like commercials going out there. And they wanted patients from all over the world that would come to them after they failed everything else. Let's see here. She really cared about her patients and everything. She would never let them give up. And let's see. And then what happened? 8 days after she was murdered, her friends and family came for her funeral, including Mark's stepmother. There were a lot of people. Mark reportedly had a gun strapped to his waist at his wife's funeral because the killer hadn't been arrested, right? So he was scared, right? Oh my gosh, who killed my wife? He was crazy scared. And so he was acting the part of that. It didn't make any sense. Who would want to kill Dr. Teresa Severs? And why kill her with such anger and force that they bludgeoned her. They beat her to death with hammers. And so nobody knew, like, what happened. Everyone wanted to know what happened with their alarm. And as it turned out, it wasn't activated. So while the family was away in New York, Mark asked his mother, Bonnie Severs, if she could feed their pets. She had trouble setting the alarm on Sunday and told detectives that her son, Mark, told her not to worry about it. And then on Monday morning, Dr. Severs was discovered dead on the kitchen floor. And Mark's mother said, I really feel it's my fault. You know, she was crying. But it wouldn't have mattered then because he would have just given them the code to get in. He hired them, you know. But it just worked out that, oh my gosh, you know, that was like I guess he thought a little gift that his mother couldn't get the alarm to work. The perfect excuse for how they got in, right? And then what else happened? No one had ever heard of Jimmy Rogers. No one had. That's because his friend, you know, oh, who can I get to do this with me? Okay, let me go get little Jimmy Rogers. And Curtis Wainwright goes by the name Wayne, and he was no stranger to Mark's family. He was Mark's very good friend from ages and ages, so nobody could believe, didn't make any sense that he would do anything like that. And he was a computer guy that looked just like Mark. And let's see. Nobody would. It was 2 months, and then there was, like I said, nobody knew Jimmy Rogers. They traveled 1,100 miles to kill her. They went into a Walmart. Yeah, that's, remember when Jimmy brought back souvenirs for the wife? Yeah, he brought souvenirs back for the wife and everything. Yep. They shopped at Walmart. Here's the two of them going into Walmart before the murder. That, every time I say the Walmart, it reminds me of that guy that put his mother's head in a pot. Joel, what the heck? Joel guy, what was his, Joel, what was that guy's name? And he went to Walmart with his mother, and they were like bringing in the groceries. Joel Guy Jr. Okay. So they went into the Walmart and they bought flushable wet wipes, black towels, black shoes, a lock picking kit, paid cash for their stuff. And they were both supposed to be really good with computers, but they made a lot of dumb mistakes, right? A lot of dumb mistakes. Oh my gosh, and Jimmy Rogers' girlfriend, yeah, we have her interview. That's crazy. She looks like she's about 13 years old, but she's not. Investigators downloaded Mark's cell phone. They discovered the Sievers' marriage was more trouble than anyone guessed. Despite having $40,000 in cash around the house, they had serious financial problems. Investigators discovered 5 insurance policies on Teresa, which totaled more than $4 million. That's a big red flag. And let's see. Jimmy told his girlfriend that police had told police that Teresa's death was a murder for hire and that Rogers was supposed to be paid $10,000. $10,000? He did that for $10,000? And let's see. Oh yeah, she threw the. Jimmy gave his girlfriend while they're driving. He just started handing her stuff and telling her to throw it out the window. Remember that one? And this was Mark at his trial. Let's see. I guess he looked pretty old then too, but he looks a lot older now. I'm thinking of. This is when he was asking for his life to be spared. Let's see. Here's something. Text messages dating back 2 years before Dr. Teresa Sievers was found murdered in their Bonita Springs home show a growing frustration between her and her husband, Mark Sievers. Yeah, he wanted sex all the time, this guy. He was like unbelievable, okay? The messages reveal Mark Sievers as a doting husband who initiated sexually explicit conversations with his wife. They included hundreds of messages. Gosh, we went through these, okay, guys? Pages of text messages exchanged between the couple during a 2-year period. And then he kept freaking spreadsheets about all the times they had sex, how many times things happened. It was crazy. It was just crazy. It included thousands of page documents. There's this cage. I can't even speak tonight. He had a $4.43 million in life insurance. It's crazy. Mark was the office manager. Yeah, that's it. Mark was the office manager. Okay. The girls were 9 and 11 at the time. His sexual, he was like, oh my gosh, yeah. But he was a swinger too, didn't they do some swinging, Scooter? Oh my gosh, the whole thing is just so crazy. But that's where we learn what a turtle suit is. Not worth it. It was horrible. He demanded it all the time. Right, Just Pepper? Oh, the turtle suit. That's where we learned what the turtle suit was. Cheerios. Yep, that's what we called them. You know, what does that sound like? She had 2 Cheerios. So we would say that. And we would say, because he was sexually explicit, didn't we? What did we say? Kittens. We had a lot of codes for this stuff. He was very, very. We had to censor stuff, but it was Cheerios. That she had 2 Cheerios, 3 Cheerios. She had 4 Cheerios, and it was like, okay, come on, Mark. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Jamie. She didn't want to do swinging anymore. Yeah, there is so much. There's like, this was case is like true. Just one layer after another, after another, after another. It was crazy. Oh my gosh. And then they'd have those, they'd have like parties with people. And then remember, they did have a lot of cash in the house, but then he couldn't even like pay for the meals. But he was screwing around with other people. And he was going, and then remember, he used to make mistakes, and he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that was for my wife." He did that too. He was writing like a Facebook message, and he put something really like not good, it's very sexually explicit. And then he's like, "Oh, that was for my wife." They went to her mother, I believe, yes, her mother and the aunt, her sister. Yeah, it's terrible. She was Teresa Sievers was Italian, so she had this nice Italian family, and just nobody expected that. It's crazy. Let's see where the let me see something. Was Mark Sievers swinging? Oh, his journal entries. That's what he had. They detail the ups and downs of marriage. Yeah, he had this detailed journal. It was crazy. The longest journal entry was on March 17th. Sievers started the journal by saying, "These are my personal thoughts and feelings at the time I enter them. If you're reading this, please stop." He wrote about losing trust in his wife, who he accused of almost cheating on him. He previously wrote about his wife's indiscretion and him feeling such core betrayal in an instant message to her on December 2013. "It could happen again, regardless of what she states," he wrote. "It's reality." He wrote about conversations they had about what he wants in life, including possibly attending law school. His wife, he wrote, felt like he only received enjoyment with her, was all wrapped up in her, and that she thinks, "I only think about sex." He admitted he wanted sex daily, but didn't get it that often. "But more than that," he wrote, "I want intimacy." Not getting it, though. In earlier messages, he regularly expressed his affection for his wife and an almost obsessive preoccupation with their sex life. He used a digital calendar to document their sexual encounters. Detectives said that the Sievers had numerous affairs both together and outside their marriage, and Mark regularly exchanged lusty text messages with other women. He wrote in his March journal that he spends very little time with his wife, and what little time we do spend together, it's annoying to say the very least. He felt rejected and on his own. It would be nice to share that small level of intimacy with whom I've considered the love of my life. Maybe, just maybe, our relationship is already over. Teresa did not want a divorce, he wrote, but if they did separate, he expected to receive custody of their two young daughters. While Mark Sievers saw himself as the girl's primary caregiver, he wrote that his wife looked at him as a sitter, a babysitter for her girls. He said, if worse comes to worse and we don't stay together, she will have visitation and I custody. So it was in a journal entry, April 27, 2015, Mark wrote about a conversation he had with his wife. She felt stressed, overwhelmed, and trapped, and expressed concern about him not bringing in an income. I'm not very productive with my day, he wrote. I had not really thought of myself as leeching off of Teresa until tonight. He worried about his weight and his attractiveness. He was growing less attracted to his wife as well. And she said she knows she is attractive to me, even though we're going through this, while for her, she loses that physical attraction to me. Let's see. And he told her, honestly, he said, that she is losing her physical appeal to him, and she appreciated my honesty but did not like it. That's crazy. Let's see here. So nuts. Let's see. Mark also wrote in his phone, their marital issues included talk of divorce, lack of intimacy, Teresa's harsh emotional treatment of Mark. Mark had numerous photos. Hold on, what do you have? Numerous photos. Videos and FaceTime chats on his phone download that show he had numerous extramarital affairs with multiple women. Let's see. Jimmy Rogers' nickname was the Hammer. Oh, that's interesting. So this is his. Is this the first? This can't be the first time he's appealing, Scooter. Could it be? Let's see where the daughters are, if there's any news about the daughters. Here's something from February of 2025. Let me see. Mark Severs, convicted of orchestrating the murder of his wife, Teresa Severs, has been granted an evidentiary hearing, stirring strong emotions from family members. Okay, Lisa, who we have her interview with the police. That's Teresa's sister. She said her sister was brilliant and loving and kind and funny, and like no one else she's ever met to this day. She said, we felt that we were being called to do something, but before we could figure out what it was, Teresa was murdered, said Lisa. Lisa said, I do not see anything in this hearing that is going to mitigate his life sentence or is going to grant him a new trial. I don't see it either, honestly, or exonerate him in any possible way. Though claims of an unfair trial and insufficient evidence led to the hearing, Lisa and her family remain unconcerned about the outcome. The hearing that was granted by a judge this week, this is back in February, will re-examine the evidence that led to Severs' death row sentence for hiring two men to kill his wife in 2015. In spite of this man who's going to get a 3-day hearing, we're all thriving, said Lisa. Life is moving forward. Life is a forward-moving game. So I'm not interested in whatever's going on because, of course, he is going to do what he has to do. He's on death row. Lisa is determined to keep her sister's legacy alive. We're going to keep the legacy of Dr. Teresa Severs alive as the wonderful, incredible, amazing doctor, one-of-a-kind person who was on fire about having people live their best lives. Okay, and then Mark's stepmother provided an exclusive statement saying Mark is innocent and the hasty verdict was based on one man's lie made to save his own life. She expressed that a whole other story is waiting to be uncovered and told. This is a tragedy on many levels. But I don't try to see about his daughters. He lost custody of them, let's say. Josephine, 12, and Carmela, 9 at the time. Let's see. And they went to, let's see here. Mother-in-law, permanent guardian of his 2 daughters during a hearing. That was, yeah. So yeah, they got them. Mark Sievers will only was granted limited supervised contact with his daughters over the phone. His mother will also have limited supervised contact after concerns were raised that Mark Sievers was manipulating her and that she wasn't supportive of Groves. Sievers misses his daughters and hasn't seen them in months. Okay. But that was even before his trial. So he lost custody then. So yeah, they were raised, I guess, up in New York. Crazy. Okay. Let's see where you guys are. Her mom has them. Yeah, Alicia. Alicia. Oh my gosh. He's doing a different kind of swinging now, Just Pepper says. Just Pepper, wait, I'm trying to think, because there used to be somebody here that had a Pepper in their name, but you're not somebody that used to be here a long time ago, Just Pepper, are you, or are you a new person? I thought you were totally new. I think there was another person that used to be Pepper or something. But now I'm getting confused. It's okay either way. I'm glad if you're an old person that's back, that's wonderful. If you're a new person, I'm glad too. Twisted Stitches. Tomorrow's also Donna Adelson. What is she doing tomorrow? Oh my gosh, this Kenzie stuff is really sidelined us. What the heck is happening with her tomorrow? Oh, you're new. Okay, you're good. Everybody wants to be a Pepper too. Okay. Sorry, Pepper, but I'm glad you're new. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're all here. Twisted Stitches, everybody. Let me see. Donna Adelson is doing something tomorrow? Yeah, but I can't think of what it was. It's not just pepper. It was like peppercorn relish or something. I don't know what it was. It was peppers. I mean, it wasn't just pepper. I'm just having a memory lapse. Okay. Let me see what Donna Adelson is doing. Donna Adelson, what are you doing tomorrow? Oh, Donna Adelson is that her sentencing is tomorrow? I don't understand. Tomorrow's only a holiday, I guess, in some states and not in others. Is that how it's going? Okay, let's see. Donna Adelson. She's getting sentenced tomorrow. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. And both of those cases are in Florida. Well, we know Donna. What do you think Donna's? Donna's getting life, right? She's getting life. Isn't that? She's a mandatory life sentence. So what are we even doing here? They've already done their victims' impact statements. Okay, let's see what this is ordeal is for Donna. I wonder if she's going to have a big outburst. Like, I don't know. They're probably going to give her a lot of something on the way in, like a lot of pills, or they're going to wheel her in on one of those hand trucks. Donna's going to be sentenced at 3. I have to write this down because I might be on the road because 3 p.m. for Donna. Donna's set. And what time is the other one, Scooter? It's starting at 9? 3 p.m. Monday afternoon. The South Florida grandmother. Sentencing comes after she was found guilty last month. Donna Adelson faces a mandatory life sentence. So what are we doing this for? She just wasn't ready. I know, like, she wasn't ready. She needed to compose herself or something, but they already did the impact statements, right? So should be like 1, 2, 3. It's going to be probably really fast, don't you think so? And then we're going to get on to Wendy. Huh. That's crazy. Okay, let me see here. Do you think she's going to have an outburst tomorrow? Do you want to take a poll on that? Can we take a quick poll on it? Let's take a quick poll. Okay. Will Donna Adelson have any type of outburst? Hi, Tina. Tomorrow. Oh, why did I, you know what? I did a question and answer. I want a poll. I don't want a question and answer. Thank you very much. Hold on a minute. I got to start a poll. Start a poll. You know what's so funny? Like when I think back to the Mark Sievers, we had some good times. We really did then, you know? I think about that. It would be months and months and months we were into that stuff. I think it was almost like an entire summer or something. We had a lot of laughs then. Believe it or not, we did. With some of this stuff that was going on. It wasn't funny what happened. Okay, it wasn't at all. We're not having laughs about that. But I think in order to cover a lot of this really, really gruesome stuff, I think you have to have a sense of humor, not about what happens, but like when we're talking about these Dumb and Dumber people, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. And I think otherwise you go insane, probably. That's like how we play the word game, because there's a lot of really heavy, dark stuff. And I think in covering all that, we had to find some way to, deal with some of that, and like, so we found it through the turtle suit and, little Jimmy Rogers and that stuff. Yeah, because otherwise you can get really like crazy depressed. So you'd read all this and you'd be like, oh my gosh, here's this beautiful doctor. And like, so then you just unwind and, oh my gosh, the turtle suit. So I think a lot of people that are in true crime do have a sense of humor. Like into true crime, have a sense of humor. But I think like when my son, when he was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, I said, on the way down, actually to the oncologist, I said, you got the good Hodgkin's, because that was on the Curb Your Enthusiasm, if you watch that. So like you're dealing with something like that, but my son is real funny too. So like, I know that sounds crazy maybe to some, but that's what we said. So like, remember Larry David said, you got the good Hodgkin's, so I don't know. That's just the way that some people deal with things. And maybe some people don't understand it and they think it's, I don't know, that something's wrong with you. Maybe something is wrong with us. I don't know. Humor has saved you many times. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why a lot of like comedians and stuff, they really deal with a lot of crap, or they, you know what I mean? They use the laughter to make people laugh and to make, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not explaining everything. I probably sound more crazy than I am. I don't think so. You have to have a sense of humor or you go crazy. Yeah, murder crows. But Yeah, I just remember covering that case, and we were going through that. One of your brothers got his appendix. One of your brothers got his appendix out. Take note. So I got him. The operation came. Funny. Yeah. Taken. I get that. Yeah. Yep. What were we waiting for? Oh, I was reading what you said. Carolyn, you're good. You've been through a lot too. Yeah. Scooter gets it. Like a lot of times if things are bad, it's like you don't want to talk about it, just make me laugh. Like make me laugh. Like she doesn't need me to tell her about like cry. Like I don't know. It's just a funny thing. And I'm like that too. It's like we all know the kind of stuff that's happened. Let's talk about something else, or sometimes just watching a comedian or something, But yeah. All right, let's play the word game because we're going to do that to get our minds off of everything tonight. And no, tomorrow we will, let's talk about Mark Sievers and Donna Adelson. And of course, we'll go through some more Mackenzie files, but we'll do those other ones too. I don't think Mark Sievers is going to get it. You guys think 100% Don is going to have an outburst. And then I should do another poll. Do you think Mark Sievers is going to get a new trial? I don't think he is. Every time they say they have new evidence, it's like, it's like nothing. I don't know who I've ever really seen. Who have we ever really seen get a new trial? Who have we ever seen get a new trial? Let's think about it. Who have we seen get a new trial in an appeal like that? Who have we seen? I'm trying to think myself. I can't think offhand. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy, right? But who, do you remember who? I mean, somebody must have got a new trial. Like Murdaugh's trying. I don't think he's going to get a new trial. I'm wondering. Come on, there's got to be somebody. Menendez? No, they're not getting it. They're not going to get one. No, I don't even think they almost did. I don't know. I didn't think that was going to go through. I guess they pushed for it, but who got one? Can we think of anybody that got one in an appeal? That's why every time they go like, oh yeah, Murdaugh, he's going for the appeal. It's like they always shoot you down. Jodi Arias, she didn't get it. Who else? Come on. Scott Peterson got the close, but he got his death sentence overthrown. No, I mean, I don't mean that they got their chance, Bink. I mean that they really got, oh, you think they got a new trial? I don't think so, didn't they? Charles Manson? Yeah. But how about like people, contemporaries? Like, I don't know anybody right now. I can't think of anybody. Can you guys? I forgot the name right now, but there was a guy that was just released for murdering that 6-year-old boy and attacked the rest of his family. Dad says if he sees him, he'll kill him. Wait. Does anybody know what Just Pepper's talking about? He was just released for murdering a 6-year-old boy. Wait a minute. I think somebody just told me something about this. Wait a minute. Was it Jen? I feel like somebody just told me about that. I don't know if I'm losing my mind and I'm remembering it. Attacking. Or I'm moving it with something else. Oh my gosh. Guys, think about that. Lash, yeah. Oh, and probably Flash, right? Okay. Lab. Flub. Nope. Oh, blush? Yeah, probably it. We did it. Very good, guys. Okay, so who's that one? Tell me. I'm going to go look it up. Tell me which one it is. Somebody that... Oh, Ronald. Wait, let me get that name. Ronald Exantis. Oh, 80% think Don is going to have a meltdown tomorrow. No, an outburst. I think she will. I think she'll say something. I don't know how big of an outburst she'll have, but I think she probably thinks, like, what's there to lose? If they're going to put her away for life, she's going to be like, I didn't do it, or like something. I think she'll do, but maybe they'll have her heavily medicated. I don't know. What does she have to lose, really, if they're putting her away for life, right? Maybe she'll go crazy, like hold on to the... I don't know. Harvey! Wendy was in on it. I don't know. Maybe she'll want Wendy to come to prison with her. So she'll scream out that Wendy's involved. And so are you, Harvey. I don't know. But let me look up that guy. She'll do some... You think she will do something very dramatic, Just Pepper? Maybe she'll faint. Do you think maybe she'll faint? Something? Shabusiness was back in... I saw Shabusiness and they have her like in a contraption. She might faint. But I'm sure they're going to be like telling her, like, look, you can't do that. Wendy's next. I believe that, Twisted. Yeah. Wendy should be shaking, but Scooter's going to say no, they're not going to get her. And that's the other thing. I want to bring up that other interview with Jeffrey Lacassi and compare it to the other one, because I got both of those. I FOIA'd those. We got the one up there, but I want to do the other one. And I want to do Wendy's. She's the female Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, I want to see what happens with her. I think she will say something. I mean, I don't know. Unless she thinks that, unless she's trying to because I'm sure the Markells will be there, unless she doesn't want to give them the satisfaction, right? So she wants to just, I don't know, was she going to act all like, oh, I can't wait. Show business, yeah. Let me look up that guy. I want to see what you said. He got an appeal. Ronald, okay. Recently this is, let me see. Let me see. Logan Tipton's father reacts to Kentucky convict Ronald Exent's rearrest in Florida. Well, he was rearrested in Florida. Did you know that? 2 days ago. Did you know that? Newly released child killer jailed in Florida. Okay, it says that, and he's headed back to Kentucky. Let me see here. Let's see what it says. It says the child killer whose October 1st release from a Kentucky prison sparked outrage on social media is back in custody. Ronald Exantis, 42, was arrested in Florida on Thursday, charged with failing to register as a felon. Florida's law requires convicted felons to register with the sheriff's office within 48 hours of release or entering a county. The Marion County Sheriff's Office in Ocala announced it. Arrested Exantis at a home in Marion Oaks on Thursday, and that he is being held without bond in the Marion County Jail. Florida Attorney General James Utemeyer says that Florida officials are working to send Exantis back to Kentucky. Exantis admitted fatally stabbing 6-year-old Logan Tipton in 2015 after driving from Indianapolis, where he lived, to central Kentucky, entering an unlocked home in Versailles where Tipton family was sleeping. Oh, I think, let me see. No, this is like another one, though, that I've heard of. Exantis killed Logan with a butcher knife he found in the house. After his arrest, Exantis entered the Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center at the state prison in LaGrange. At trial, a psychologist testified that Exantis, a dialysis nurse, was in a psychotic state at the time of the killing. A jury in Lexington acquitted him of capital murder and burglary by reason of insanity. The jury found him guilty, but insane, on charges of assaulting other family members. He was sentenced to 20 years on the assault charges and became eligible for release in 2026. Based on credits he earned in prison for good behavior, he was released early under a 2012 Kentucky law aimed at reducing recidivism by providing mandatory reentry supervision as inmates make the transition to life outside prison. He was to remain under supervision in Florida until June under an interstate compact. As a condition, he was required to report to a parole officer immediately upon his arrival. So, is it that he didn't respond to his parole officer? Let me see here. Well, isn't it that he didn't report to his parole officer? We're going to continue this investigation. I'm confused. So he only did 10 years? And he killed a 6-year-old? And how do we know he's not going to go into a psychotic state again? What? I don't even get this. Marion County Sheriff Billy Wood said, "I'm proud of the quick response by my deputies and the interagency teamwork that helped locate and arrest this disgusting individual. The fact that he was living right next to an elementary school is even more repulsive. I have no tolerance for this type of dangerous person flaunting our laws and thinking he would hide out in our county." I don't understand this. He was to remain under supervision in Florida until June. Under an interstate compact, as a condition of his supervision, he was required to report to a parole officer immediately upon his arrival. The Marion County Sheriff's Office did not say whether Xantis had reported to a parole officer as required. Florida law requires convicted to register with the sheriff's office within 48 hours of release. So was he... Well, if he would have contacted his parole officer... But I'm confused. I'm looking at the law. It says any person who has been convicted of a felony in any court of this state, but he was convicted in Kentucky, right? Of entering any county with the sheriff, entering unless they are on supervision. But he was in supervision if he had his parole officer, right? I'm so confused. But did he register with his parole officer? "48 hours after release." Interesting. Okay. I don't know, but I don't understand that fully, like how he got off with that. How do they know he's not going to go into that psychotic state again? Did you follow that, Scooter? Who followed that case? Anybody? Hi, MSL. It was really horrific what he did to the whole family. It's a twisted case with layers, Just Pepper? I don't know. Okay, Bink says a former Las Cruces police officer, Brad Lunsford, was granted a new trial after appealing his voluntary manslaughter. Is that the only one you found? There's not too many, right? There's not too many. What about death row? Let me see. Any death? Let me see. Let me check that too. Any death row inmates successfully appeal. This is fun to look this up now. Reminds me of times when we used to do this stuff. It says, yes, many death row inmates have successfully appealed their sentences. Yes, we know that, but have they been granted? They've been a new trial. Let's see. Richard Jordan, who successfully appealed, let me see here. Richard Jordan, who successfully appealed 3 death sentences, accepted a plea deal for life without parole, and then successfully appealed that, which resulted in him being resentenced to death. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. What? It wasn't in the United States, was it? Richard Jordan? I don't think that was. Okay. I don't know. Let me see. Successful appeal of death row inmate to get new trial. Let's see. Examples of successful appeals leading to a new trial for death row inmates. Richard Glossip in Oklahoma and Robert Roberson in Texas. Okay, it says that Richard Glossip, in February of 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Glossip's conviction, ruling that prosecutors in his original trial violated his right to a fair trial by withholding boxes of evidence and allowing a key witness to give false testimony. Glossip, who was convicted of a 1997 murder for hire, was granted a new trial after more than 25 years on death row. His appeal was notably supported by Oklahoma's Attorney General Gentner Drummond. Okay. And then it says Robert Roberson, that name sounds familiar, grounds for appeal in October of 2025. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals stayed Roberson's execution for the 3rd time just 1 week before it was scheduled. The stay was based on the state's 2013 junk science law, which allows for a review when forensic evidence has been discredited. Roberson's conviction for the death of his 2-year-old daughter was based on the shaken baby syndrome theory, which has since been called into question by scientific evidence. The court sent the case back to trial court for a re-examination of the discredited scientific evidence with the possibility of a new trial. Then Christopher Barber, gosh, I feel like I've heard that name too, Alabama, a federal judge ordered a new trial for Barber, who spent 31 years on death row for the 1992 murder of Thelma Bishop Roberts. New DNA testing indicated that a different person was the source of DNA found on Roberts' body. The judge granted Barber a new trial and gave the state 90 days to begin preparing. Wow, can you imagine that? He's 31 years. Do you think that prosecution team is still around? I don't think so. Okay, an appeal is not a do-over of the trial. For a conviction to be overturned, a serious legal error must have occurred that affected the outcome of the original trial. Ineffective counsel, prosecutorial misconduct, junk science, newly discovered evidence. Okay, so well, I guess there are some out, but I just think that we haven't heard of a lot of them. Michael Sockwell. A lot of these are happening in 2025. Convicted of a 1988 murder, was granted a retrial after 3 decades due to discriminatory jury removal. New Hampshire Supreme Court to consider appeal for the state's only death row inmate, Michael Addison. So there's quite a few now that we just haven't heard there. But I don't think Mark's going to have a case there. I think there's so much tying him to that. I think even if he got a new trial, it's not going to change anything. There is so much tying him to that, right? I think so. Let's see, is this? Where's my... I can't find my live. She should... Wait a minute. What happened? Wade Wilson is appealing in December, I believe. Unless he ends up in the hole again. She should be put back into the original jail and stay there forever. Who's that? Who's she? Who's Pepper talking about? Oh, Weinstein? Oh, you mean, I know who you mean. Ghislaine Maxwell? Is that who you mean? Maxwell, yeah. That's what I thought. And who else was, Murdaugh's not, I don't think he'll get an appeal. But you'd almost think so with what that clerk did, you know? But he didn't get the death sentence. Murdaugh didn't get death sentence, right? He just got life. And what happened to Tim Jones? Did he ever have an appeal? That's another case we really followed crazily, right? Tim Jones. I don't know. But I'm going to have to bid you adieu for a little bit because I have to try to get up early and get out and do some grocery shopping and stuff. But I'll be listening. If Mark Sievers is in court, I will be listening, and I'm going to watch whatchamacallem. Ash Bish, where did you go? You missed us tonight. I think the recording of Kenzie trying to get in his house during the fight was in his... Oh, Ash Bish, you must be back in the video because I give the whole everything about that. Girl, you're behind in the live. Yeah. Girl, we went through that. You get everything. I thoroughly researched that and put the proof from the FOIA up on the screen. But girl, how could you be rolling in here at 3:45 in the morning? Where you been all night, girl? Okay. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Please watch Seavers so we could talk about that. And watch Donna so we see if we're right in this poll, which I have to. 85% of you, hold on a minute, let me close the poll out. 85% of you say that Donna is going to have an outburst of some kind tomorrow. So we'll see if 85% of you are right. That's happened to you before. You're behind in the live. Right? And it's really bad. You know when it's really bad? If someone's getting... And I don't know how it is because like they'll be writing in the chat and they won't see the other messages and they won't hear you saying it because they're behind. But then they don't even get it like off the other messages. And they'll be getting really angry, right? And sometimes they get really angry like if they're asking something and like, why isn't anybody answering? And you're trying to get to them and you're like, you're behind in the video. Yeah. The best thing was, listen to this one. A long, long time ago, we were doing a live. And I was talking about how, you know, some people say stuff and they don't mean it literally, okay? So they'll say like, you know, to a kid or something, if you left that door open again, I'm going to kill you, right? But you don't, it's just tossed around like you don't mean that, right? If you drank the last of the orange juice, I'm killing you. You know, I'm going to kill you if you just got all that ketchup all over your shirt, right? But like we were talking about how people say that, and it doesn't faze a lot of people. But then, if someone says that to some kids, like they could be like, oh, what? What did you say? You're going to kill me, right? Like they could get freaked out. So we had talked about that in the beginning of the live, right? And then this person came in late and they were back in the live, but we were still live. So they were listening to the first part of the live and they go, this is so bad. They come into our live like 2 hours in. So we're talking about something completely different and they go like this. I'm going to kill you. And then like this laughing emoji. And everybody freaked out. And they thought it was like a death threat, right? So they're freaking out because it happened to be like a new person. Like it wasn't like it was a new person. So everybody's freaking out going, oh my gosh, Carolyn. Because at the time I was getting some death threats, right? So it was... People were freaking, and then I said, oh my gosh, she made another comment, but that the other comment let me know she was way behind in the video, and I said, oh my gosh, she's talking about what we were talking about in the beginning. She's not saying, I'm going to kill you. She's laughing that we were talking about people that say that, and they don't mean it, like, that was crazy. Oh my gosh, everybody got so scared. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Because we're just all that, and then they're like, I'm going to kill you. It's like, what? What do you mean? Why? Oh my gosh, yeah. So always, if you go into a live video, always make sure you're all the way over. Otherwise... and then you don't know, like, then we've had people that have been like behind and they're like asking. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We laughed over that one. We still laughed over that one. That was funny. Remember the ceramic lady? Yes, I know. And then we got yelled at. Scooter and I got yelled at by a ceramic lady that told us life is not just jokes. We were just making some jokes. And she got really pissed. And then I had the reason I said, like, if I got the text wrong tonight, we might have to do a new live, is because when we were doing the tote case, we used to take Google Maps and go around the houses and stuff. And the person that was helping me and stuff, we had the wrong address for like one of the places, and it was like 2 numbers off or whatever. And this lady called in, okay? And we fixed it. Like, we said, okay, we're at the wrong address, go back. And she wasn't anybody that was here, and she called in, and she sounded like she might have had a couple of beverages, okay? And we should go listen to that one night. We should listen to that live. And she called in, and she was like really nasty. And she goes, you know what? I'm just so fed up, or something like, you can't have mistakes in a live. And if you make a mistake in a live, you should stop your live and redo it. And I said, okay, well, wait, the mistake is like that we had the wrong address for like 2 minutes and then we got the right address. You think we should scrap the whole live and start all over again? And she's like, yes, because if you make a mistake in a live, I don't care if you correct it. You've made a mistake and you should scrap the live. That's what I was saying if I made a mistake on the text. And then we were like, but everybody makes mistakes. And then I stupidly started singing the Sesame Street song about everybody making mistakes to try to liven the mood up a little bit and make her see that we didn't have to scrap the live if we made a mistake. That would be silly, because sometimes our lives were many hours long and we're going to make mistakes, and it's okay. We can just correct the mistake and go on. And really, she became more and more irate and said, you can't do that. Who remembers that? Does anybody here remember that? That was crazy. And she just kept going on. So then after that, we kept saying, I don't even remember what her name was, right? And we'd say, oh my gosh, I made a mistake. Now, what am I supposed to do? Scrap the whole live? Like, so tonight when I got the wrong text, and I was trying really hard not to do that, not to let one get ahead of the other. But that's why I said, oh no, do I have to scrap the whole live? No, let's not scrap it. We could just kind of correct it, or, right? Oh my gosh, the OGs will remember that. That was crazy. And then there'll be people in the chat going, she's been drinking. And then, if the person on the phone sees that, then they flip out. What are they saying in there, that I'm drinking? So, oh my gosh. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. But I think she had been, whatever. I always say don't drink in live, but some people do. I don't know for sure she was. Could be her personality, but she was really angry, and I don't think she ever graced us with another call again. But it was nuts. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I can't believe it's 4 o'clock. I was supposed to go to bed early. That's okay. If I get 5 hours sleep, that'll be good, right? Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. God bless. Prayers. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Okay. Goodbye.